Chapter 31 The Feast at Hongmen. After hearing Chen Zi's explanation, Douluo emerged from the darkness, saying, "This behavior seems more like something you Luomian would do in private. I just found out that during the 2 months you were gone, the Heavenly Do Royal Academy and the Duke's Mansion were both looking for you, and even promoted your reputation to an extremely high level. Yu Luomian is using this to force you to submit, which means he wants to win you over. The situation within the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan is complicated, and I can't explain it in a few words. In short, Yu Luomian wants to tie you to his chariot. Be careful and don't fall into his trap." Listening to Douluo's analysis, Chen Zi knew that his actions had put Qin Yuan in a very difficult position, and if anything went wrong, he would become the sinner. He paused, then cupped his hands and asked, "May I ask how I should address you, Senior, and how I can help my boss out of this predicament?" Douluo chuckled and waved his hand. "With this old man here, Yu Luomian's petty schemes will ultimately be beneath us." After saying that, he turned and left. Qin Yuan patted Chen Zi's shoulder gently and comforted him, "You didn't do anything wrong, but be more careful in the future. As for that senior, it's poison Douluo. Don't worry, with him involved, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan won't dare to act recklessly." Watching Qin Yuan's departing figure, Chen Zi stood there dumbfounded, unable to recover for a long time. It seems that in just 2 years, Qin Yuan has come into contact with social classes he had never imagined before. Anyone who has lived in Tiando City for a long time knows Douluo. Qin Yuan's ability to interact with such a powerful figure, and the fact that Douluo was willing to help him, demonstrates the personal charisma that Qin Yuan once spoke of. The streets of Tiando City late at night. On nights without gatherings, the city's residents go to bed early, and those still walking on the streets are mostly city guards and taxi drivers. As Douluo strolled around with Qin Yuan, he shared his analysis. "In my opinion, Yu Luomian's actions did not receive Yu Yuanjun's approval. He does not represent the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan, so don't worry too much. Yu Yuanjun and Yu Luomian are two complete opposites. Yu Luomian is petty and arrogant. On the other hand, Yu Yuanjun can be described as an upright gentleman." As he spoke, Douluo sighed. The opposing personalities of these two brothers are actually very suitable for governing a sect. My elder brother Yu Yuanjun is suited to managing internal affairs and stabilizing the situation, while Yu Luomian excels at expanding territory and is suited to external affairs. In other words, Yu Luomian's talent is lacking. If he were also a title Douluo, the entire Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan might be even stronger than it is today, and there wouldn't be a talent gap. Currently, among the older generation of powerful members of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex clan, only Yu Yuanjun is a title Douluo. With no exceptionally talented members emerging from the new generation, how could the entire clan not be anxious? The rumors circulating between the Heaven Do Royal Academy and the Duke's Mansion led Yu Luomian to set her sights on Qin Yuan, believing that the latter was qualified to break through to the title Douluo level, and thus she used this opportunity to win him over. Using both kindness and severity has always been the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan's method for attracting talent, Douluo continued. However, second brother Yu has messed with the wrong person this time. I will thoroughly humiliate him. In the past, Douluo was only a low-level title Douluo, and with the toxins plaguing him, Yu Luomian never took him seriously. Now that Douluo has not only gotten rid of the toxins, but has even broken through to level 94, it's time for Yu Luomian to distinguish between the kings. Similarly, Douluo also desperately needed a victory to announce his breakthrough to the world. This time, he was not only helping Qin Yuan, but also thinking more about himself. The next morning, upon learning of Qin Yuan's return, Yu Luomian sent him an invitation to meet at a restaurant in the city. According to information gathered by informants, Qin Yuan and Douluo have a close relationship. To be honest, Yu Luomian felt a little guilty. Seeing that Qin Yuan had come to the banquet alone, he was finally relieved. Inside a private room at the restaurant, Yu Luomian had prepared a sumptuous meal, determined to win him over today. When Qin Yuan arrived, the two greeted each other and then sat down at the table. Qin Yuan ignored Yu Luomian's incessant chatter and calmly began eating the food on the table. He himself was extremely knowledgeable about toxicology, so he could naturally determine whether Yu Luomian had poisoned the food. In Yu Luomian's eyes, his actions were extremely unorthodox. He doesn't respond to any questions and just keeps eating. He must be a reincarnated starving ghost. Yu Luomian waved his hand without making a sound, and the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan disciples who were lurking outside the door quietly closed the door and locked it, preventing anyone from entering or leaving. Qin Yuan's perception was exceptional. He swallowed the food in his mouth, picked up the napkin beside him, and wiped the food residue from the corner of his mouth. He slightly raised his head, glanced at Yu Luomian, and laughed. Vice Sect Master Yu, if I hadn't made sufficient preparations today, would I dare to come to your trap? As he spoke, he stood up, cupped his hands in a gesture of respect, and showed no sign of panic in his eyes. Thank you for your hospitality, Vice Sect Master Yu. I am very satisfied. Here's what we'll do. You pay the remaining balance 3 times over, and then release the person. I will not pursue the matter further. He suddenly smiled, his eyes full of threat. Oh, by the way, Vice Sect Master Yu had better pray that his subordinates are clean. If anything happens to my people, this matter won't be so easy to resolve. These words successfully amused Yu Luomian. He admitted that Qin Yuan was indeed quite courageous, but the place was already surrounded by the disciples of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Even if Qin Yuan is strong, can he be stronger than a sole Douluo powerhouse like him? Yu Luomian did not react, but instead lost interest in Qin Yuan. He's just an arrogant, conceited peasant with no sense of propriety whatsoever. The rumors circulating are likely unfounded. It's probably a trap set by the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School in conjunction with other forces. Yu Luomian crossed his arms, leaned back in his chair, and closed his eyes slightly. Kill them. As soon as he finished speaking, several disciples of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family rushed out from behind the screen. Without further ado, they turned their attention to Qin Yuan, intending to take his life. Yu Luomian didn't think Qin Yuan was that strong. He was just a low-level Soul Emperor. He had arranged for 10 Soul Emperor experts, which would be enough to take Qin Yuan's life. Qin Yuan's expression remained calm and composed. The moment the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex clan disciple rushed forward, the killing god domain spread out from his body. In the eyes of these disciples, Qin Yuan seemed like a demon from hell, his extreme cold enveloping their entire bodies, making them feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, completely losing the power to resist. Such a powerful killing intent. Yu Luomian suddenly opened her eyes. Qin Yuan stood alone with his sword, the blade radiating fierce flames. Combined with his killing god domain, the 2 auras, one cold and one hot, converged, creating a formidable force. His blade was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, he severed the arm of 10 disciples. Chapter 32 Taking Advantage of Someone's Downfall. Qin Yuan's mere presence was enough to make Yu Luomian sense a threat. It seems the rumors circulating outside weren't exaggerated. At the Soul Emperor stage, Qin Yuan's strength was practically invincible. Even some Soul Saint experts who hadn't activated their martial soul true body would still feel fear when facing him. The god of slaughter domain, absorbing a soul ring beyond one's level, and exquisite swordsmanship. Yu Luomian's voice trembled slightly. It wasn't that they were intimidated by Qin Yuan's strength, but rather that they were extremely excited and eager for talent. He generously stated, "Your strength has earned my recognition. Join the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, and the benefits I will give you in the future will be beyond your imagination. Listen, you have no right to refuse. Injuring 10 of my Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex disciples and crippling them for life is a debt that won't be easily settled. You'd better think carefully before you answer. In front of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family's mountain gate, Ning Fengji and Bone Douluo arrived uninvited. The gatekeeper recognized the 2 men and, not daring to be negligent, immediately led them into the sect and reported to Yu Yuanjun. In the ancestral hall of the sect, Yu Yuanjun secluded himself in seclusion, seeking an opportunity for a breakthrough. He was the only titled Douluo powerhouse in the sect, and in order to protect the sect's absolute safety, he had to reach an even higher level. As for the affairs within the sect, they had long been entrusted to Yu Luomian and others for management. Unless something major happened, Yu Yuanjun generally would not personally get involved. Sect Master Ning and Bone Douluo from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School have arrived. Upon hearing the report, Yu Yuanjun's tiger-like eyes snapped open, his white beard trembling slightly. He countered, I did not invite them. Why have they come? The disciple hesitated slightly before explaining, it's highly likely related to what the vice sect master has been doing recently. Luo Mian. Yu Yuanjun frowned slightly. He knew his brother's temperament well, so it wasn't surprising that he had offended the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Of course, Yu Luomian may not have done anything wrong, and he decided to go and meet Ning Fengji. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family's reception room. Without keeping Ning Fengji waiting for long, Yu Yuanjun quickly appeared. Sect Master Ning, Bone Douluo, what brings you here? After exchanging a few pleasantries, they took their seats. Ning Fengji, unusually, cut straight to the point without beating around the bush. I greatly admire the decisiveness of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. I especially admire Vice Sect Master Yu's courage. Yu Yuanjun knew Ning Fengji had ill intentions, and asked in a deep voice, Sect Leader Ning, what do you mean by that? Bone Douluo said casually, Old Dragon, you wrong, have never admired anyone, but you are the first. Douluo has a close relationship with the Tiando royal family. Although he acts somewhat domineeringly and arrogantly, he rarely offends any power. You guys are really amazing. You didn't even have to lift a finger, yet you dared to launch a siege against Douluo. Don't you think I should admire you? What? Yu Yuanjun suddenly stood up, his imposing aura reaching its peak. He knew that Yu Luomian was bold and sometimes didn't even respect his elder brother. No matter how much trouble Yu Luomian causes at home, he's still family, so it won't have much of an impact. But now, Yu Luomian is going after Douluo. Has he lost his mind? Douluo is a titled Douluo. Even if he is only level 91, he is not someone a sole Douluo can afford to offend. Moreover, Douluo is most skilled in group attacks. If Douluo is not killed this time, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family will never have peace in the future. Damn it, someone, bring Luo Mian back. Yu Yuanjun's voice boomed like a bell, and all the disciples in the family could sense his anger. Ning Fengji, always eager for drama, added with a smile, Thunder Douluo, calm down. Yu Luomian may have already made her move. If you send someone now, it might be too late. His purpose in coming here was both to help Qin Yuan out of his predicament and to kick Yu Luomian when she was down. In the past, he had tried several times to discuss the matter of being of the same blood with the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Every time he wanted to see Yu Yuanjun, Yu Luomian would try to take advantage of him. In this world, no one will be kind to you for no reason, especially someone like Ning Fengji. While doing a favor, he also managed to subtly criticize Yu Luomian, which shows his deep cunning. Yu Yuanjun's tiger-like eyes scrutinized Ning Fengji, then he let out a cold snort. Sect Leader Ning, what a cunning scheme. Show him out. He dared not gamble on whether Ning Fengji was lying. If he really offended Douluo, given the latter's vengeful nature, the entire Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family would be the one to suffer. Inside a private room at the restaurant, Qin Yuan shook his head without hesitation. I'm afraid I'm not qualified to accept Vice Sect Master Yu's request. You should find someone else. I believe there are plenty of people in this world who would be willing to join the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan. Yu Luomian laughed in fury, and 8 spirit rings, yellow, purple, black, and black, appeared beneath his feet. How dare you? You are the first person to dare to play tricks on this old man. Forget it, there are always geniuses and strong individuals every year. They really think there's something special. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus martial soul roared as it burst out of his body, the mighty dragon, opening its blood-red maw, ready to devour Qin Yuan. At the critical moment, a thick snake tail smashed through the wall of the private room and struck Yu Luomian's body. The phantom of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex vanished instantly, and Yu Luomian was sent flying into the street, crashing into several stalls before she staggered to her feet. Douluo shielded Qin Yuan behind him, glaring angrily at the jade crown in the distance. Qin Yuan is my brother. If you want to harm him, you'll have to get past me first. The previous battle had caused quite a stir, attracting a large crowd of onlookers. At this moment, the private room in the restaurant was smashed, and Yu Luomian and Douluo appeared at the same time, which inevitably aroused curiosity. It's important to know that Douluo and the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family have always kept to themselves, so what exactly happened that led to this public fight? However, neither party has an obligation to explain to them. Seeing that Yu Luomian remained silent, Dugu Bo transmitted his voice to Qin Yuan and said, "Don't worry, do as I say. After today, Yu Luomian will never dare to provoke you. Yu Luomian is the kind of person who bullies the weak and fears the strong." Qin Yuanfang's tough stance at the dinner table was also at Dugu Bo's behest. Only in this way, after Dugu Bo intervenes, will Yu Luomian completely abandon any inappropriate thoughts. However, Yu Luomian has now been put in Dugu Bo's hands, and the latter will not let him off easily. Yu Luomian shook her head, finally figuring out the situation. Last night's intelligence indicated that Dugu Bo and Qin Yuan had a close relationship. He should have expected this to happen. How could someone as loyal and righteous as Dugu Bo allow Qin Yuan to attend the banquet alone? Yu Luomian's face was extremely gloomy, and he clenched his fists tightly. Damn Dugu Bo, how dare he set a trap for me? There were quite a few onlookers, and today's events would soon spread throughout Tiando City. How would he explain this to Yu Yuanjun then? Chapter 33 Yu Yuanjun submits. Dugu Bomo clenched his fists and walked step by step toward the Jade Crown. "I've heard you've never taken me seriously, and today you've even set a trap to kill my brother. Tell me, should I kill you or not?" His voice was neither too loud nor too soft, just loud enough for the onlookers to hear. My God, isn't that Qin Yuan, who's been vying to be courted by all sorts of powerful forces lately? How come he's calling His Majesty Dugu his brother? And His Majesty Dugu himself acknowledged it. Similar questions kept arising, but unfortunately, no one offered them any explanation. Dugu Bo would not let Yu Luomian off easily, and he ravaged it in the street. Yu Luomian was truly a tough guy. He endured a sound beating from Dugu Bo without uttering a sound. Perhaps his jaw had already dislocated, rendering him unable to make any sound. As the news spread, several Seoul Douluo-like figures quickly arrived. The visitors were none other than the 3 academic committee members of the Heavenly Do Royal Academy and Duke Lei Zhen. For Qin Yuan's sake, neither side had rested for 2 months. Now that Qin Yuan had appeared, Yu Luomian wanted to kill him. How could they accept this? If Dugu Bo hadn't acted so domineeringly, they might have even wanted to join in beating up Yu Luomian. 2 minutes later, Thunder Douluo finally arrived. Yu Yuanjun's aura was incredibly powerful. He released his soul power immediately, which immediately intimidated the entire audience. Enough, Dugu Bo. Yu Luomian is my own brother. No matter how despicable he is, it's not your place to lecture him. Fortunately, Yu Yuanjun arrived in time, and Yu Luomian was not beaten to death. He was still unclear about what had happened at the scene, but the fact that it had attracted the attention of 3 education committee members and Lei Zhen suggested that the matter was very complicated. At the same time, he was utterly disappointed in Yu Luomian. This situation clearly indicates that someone has set a trap for them, but they are unaware of it. Oh, Dugu Bo picked up the jade crown and casually tossed it next to Yu Yuanjun. He moved extremely fast, blocking Qin Yuan's path, fearing that Yu Yuanjun might harm him. Sect Master Yu, to kill a distinguished guest of my Lei family, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan is truly something else. Lei Zhen said with a half-smile, his words carrying no attempt to conceal the threat. The 3 education commissioners, united in their hatred, stared at Yu Yuanjun with grim expressions. Yu Yuanjun did not rush to speak. Instead, he used his spiritual power to piece together the general story from the onlookers. He turned his head slightly and glanced at Qin Yuan behind Dugu Bo. A high-level Soul Emperor in his 30s has attracted the attention of various powerful forces, so this person must have some background. Of course, Yu Yuanjun was detached from worldly affairs and unaware of the recent rumors about Qin Yuan. The one who tied the knot must untie it. Yu Luomian launched an attack on Qin Yuan, but Qin Yuan rallied various forces to retaliate. If Qin Yuan were willing to back down, the matter could be resolved peacefully. Speak, what is your demand? Yu Yuanjun still maintained an arrogant attitude. Dugu Baden felt dissatisfied and no longer concealed his aura as a level 94 title Douluo. Yu Yuanjun, is this your attitude? Yu Yuanjun chuckled dryly, his attitude softening considerably. It seems I've been isolated from the world for too long and haven't paid attention to its changes. Poison Douluo is truly remarkable, reaching level 94 in just a few years. I'm afraid it won't be long before he's on par with me. He paused, then turned his gaze to Qin Yuan, his arrogance gone. Young brother, what is your request? I know Luo Mian's character. If he hadn't offended you, you wouldn't have provoked him. Qin Yuan cupped his hands in greeting, his expression calm and composed, showing no sign of being pressured by the other party. You Luo Mian deliberately framed the team affiliated with me, and even detained 5 members. My demands are simple. Release all the detained hostages and pay 3 times the outstanding amount. Yu Yuanjun glared at Yu Luomian, as if to say, those 5 people had better still be alive. At the same time, he once again re-examined his understanding of the lower limit of the Jade Crown. It would be beneath a deputy sect leader of one of the 3 great sects to lay hands on a bunch of peasants. Making demands of me. Hey, fine, I'll do as you say. From now on, Luo Mian will not provoke you again, and we'll keep to ourselves. Yu Yuanjun snorted and pulled Yu Luo Mian away from the crowd. Du Gubo was not worried that Yu Yuanjun would break his promise. Yu Yuanjun was upright and honest, and considered himself to be honorable and disdainful of such despicable acts. As for the losses of the shops on the street, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus family also bore the full cost. 3 education committee members and Duke Lei Zhen appeared at the scene and stood up for Qin Yuan. Both out of courtesy and reason, Qin Yuan should treat the other party well afterward. Of course, for Lei Zhen, this was a huge bargain. He had been wanting to have a private conversation with Du Gubo, and today he finally got the chance. Another restaurant inside Tiando City. It was lunchtime, and Qin Yuan set out a table to thank the 3 education committee members and Duke Lei Zhen for their generous help. At the dinner table, Du Gubo remained silent, sitting next to Qin Yuan and quietly supporting him. Meng Shenji spoke first, his eyes full of admiration. Mr. Qin is truly a young man of great talent. If it were me back then, facing the pressure of a Seoul Douluo powerhouse, I would not have been able to remain as calm and composed as you. Qin Yuan cupped his hands in a gesture of respect, not taking credit for anything. Chief Meng Shenji is too kind. My composure today is inseparable from the support of Senior Poison Douluo. After a round of mutual flattery, the 3 education commissioners got down to business. On behalf of the Heavenly Do Royal Academy, we sincerely invite Mr. Qin to become a teacher at our academy. Regarding compensation, Mr. Qin can decide for himself, and the academy will provide support. Lei Zhen, who had been holding back for a long time, finally had a chance to interject. Mr. Qin, my son has been begging to become your disciple. Now that you're finally back, you have to give me a definite answer. Qin Yuan felt a sense of helplessness. Sometimes, not wanting to join a faction can be a huge problem. By accepting Lei Meng as his disciple, he will inevitably be labeled as belonging to the Duke's mansion. By accepting the invitation from the 3 education committee members to become a teacher at the Heaven Do Royal Academy, he will also be labeled as belonging to the royal family. He refused them all, but Lei Zhen and the 3 education committee members were all Seoul Douluo powerhouses, and he couldn't refuse them. Even with Du Gubo as his backer, he didn't want to rely on Du Gubo's influence in everything, as that would only make people resentful. First of all, I am very grateful for the trust of the seniors. However, I am used to being a free spirit and cannot stand being disciplined. He quickly added, changing the subject, however, I couldn't refuse the kind invitations of these seniors. How about this, if any of you seniors have any needs, you can assign me tasks. As long as it doesn't violate my principles, I will agree. What do you say? Du Gubo added at the opportune moment. My brother has no other hobbies but loves to accept commissions and do unexpected things to add a bit of fun to his life. He didn't know that Qin Yuan's purpose was to exploit the system. But that explanation wasn't wrong. Capable people often have little quirks that are hard for outsiders to understand. Chapter 34: The Reward of a 100,000-Year Soul Ring. Lei Zhen hesitated for a moment, then asked in return, what if I entrust you with teaching Munger the sword technique? Qin Yuan smiled suddenly and said seriously, of course it's possible. Upon hearing this, Lei Zhen felt relieved. After all, some teachers on the mainland only know how to take advantage of their students and freeload off them. Having such a teacher is a huge headache for the Duke's mansion. If Qin Yuan were willing to teach Lei Meng without reservation, this form of entrustment would be more in the Lei family's interest than having Lei Meng become his apprentice. Once Lei Meng completes his apprenticeship, the commission will end, and the two parties will have no further entanglements. It will not hinder Lei Meng's future in any way. Although Lei Zhen appears rough and unrefined, he is actually quite perceptive. If Qin Yuan readily accepts his invitation, it will only make Lei Zhen more wary. Very well, my Lei family hereby formally commissions you. As long as Menger's swordsmanship improves, apart from the soul bone, whatever you desire, my Lei family will unconditionally grant it to you. Meng Shenji's eyes darted around, and it seemed that Lei Zhen's approach was quite appropriate. As long as he keeps asking Qin Yuan for favors, why would he worry about Qin Yuan not staying at the academy? Besides, everything in the academy is funded by the royal family. Now that the royal family values talent highly, they are likely to offer even more benefits to maintain their trust in Qin Yuan. Meng Shenji smiled and said, I wonder if Mr. Qin would be interested in becoming the team leader of the Royal Fighting Team and leading the Royal Fighting Team 1 to compete in the upcoming Soul Master Tournament Finals. If we can achieve a top 3 ranking, I will petition for Teacher Qin to receive a commendation and apply for a soul bone as a reward. The Soul Master competition opened a month ago and the preliminary rounds just ended recently. A large number of tourists from all over the country gathered in Tiando City. Before these people even left, everything that happened in Tiando City would soon be spread to all parts of the continent along with these tourists. This is why Yu Yuanjun was so angry about Yu Luomian's behavior, and even preferred to suffer a loss in order to settle the matter peacefully. Open black lens bracket A 5-star mission has been detected. Accept the commission from Lei Zhen and the 3 education committee members to teach Lei Meng the illusory and real sword technique, lead the Royal Fighting Team 1 to the finals of the Soul Master Tournament and achieve a top 3 finish. Mission complete. Reward: a 100,000-year soul ring, 7th soul ring, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Note: the reward will be issued directly after the host breaks through level 70. There is no need to absorb the soul ring manually. Close black lens bracket. Qin Yuan's body trembled. That's a 100,000-year soul ring. Even now, he has Douluo as his brother and the foundation to absorb spirit rings beyond his level. But he never thought of absorbing a 100,000-year soul ring at the Soul Saint stage. Now, as long as you complete the assigned task, the system will directly issue the reward, so what's there to hesitate about? Mr. Qin, please take your time to consider. We are not in a hurry. Seeing Qin Yuan's strange expression, Meng Shenji hurriedly added a sentence. Qin Yuan regained his senses and shook his head. Chief Meng Shenji has misunderstood. I didn't expect to be valued so highly by several seniors. I am quite flattered. With that, he stood up and solemnly cupped his hands in greeting. Since you seniors have placed such trust in me, I will certainly do my utmost. They continued talking for a long time until the banquet ended in the afternoon. The Royal Fighting Team 1 was guaranteed a spot in the finals, and the timing wasn't tight. Meng Shenji gave Qin Yuan a few days off, allowing him ample time to arrange his other affairs. After the event ended, Douluo and Qin Yuan walked together and talked about something. The 3 education commissioners and Lei Zhen are trustworthy. If you agree to their commission, you don't need to worry about not receiving your payment. Douluo suddenly smiled. After Yan Yan and Ling Ling absorb their soul rings, their strength will likely reach the Soul Master level. As the team leader, you have the right to decide on the substitutes. Take Yan Yan and the others with you, it'll be good for them to broaden their horizons. Qin Yuanlang chuckled but didn't respond. Instead, he asked with considerable curiosity, Big brother, with your connections, do you really need me to pull strings for you? Douluo laughed and scolded, I'm used to being alone and don't have many friends. Besides, I still owe Prince Shuexing a favor, so it's not appropriate for me to get too close to the 3 education committee members. When discussing the situation in the Heavenly Do Court, his expression remained solemn for a long time. Next, you may face attempts to win over both Shui Qing and Prince Shui Xing. This uncle and nephew have always been at odds, so you must be careful in dealing with them. If you decide to serve the royal family, it's best to choose one side and not contact both at the same time. Of course, given your personality, there's a high chance you won't accept their invitations. What I mean is, you should be careful. These heartfelt words were not meant for anyone other than brothers, Qin Yuan would not have shared them with anyone else. Although Qin Yuan already knew what was going on, Douluo's initiative in bringing it up changed the nature of the situation. Clearly, Douluo already considered him a brother. Qin Yuan is now a highly sought-after figure in Tiando City, and with the support of various forces, no one dares to offend him. At this moment, he returned to the Golden Knife shop and saw that the shop entrance was crowded with soul hunter teams seeking affiliation. Yu Yuanjun was always a man of his word. He immediately released the 5 detained team members and had the sect's healing type soul masters provide them with a full set of treatment. In addition, Yu Yuanjun paid the remaining balance of 10,000 gold soul coins. Qin Yuan has a titled Douluo standing behind him, and he can even make the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan suffer a setback. As the news spread, many people wanted to curry favor with him, and attaching themselves to the Golden Knife squad would undoubtedly help them get closer to him. Chen Zi was extremely busy, but upon seeing Qin Yuan, he immediately put down his work, reported to him, and stated that he would carefully examine the background of the client in the future. Qin Yuan agreed to all of them and accompanied Chen Zi to find a team to join them. With the steady development of his business, he has established a stable industry in mainland China. In the future, if he doesn't want to accept commission tasks, the profits he makes from the industry will be enough for him to live comfortably for the rest of his life. There are far too many teams coming to the Golden Knife shop seeking affiliation, and many of them have shady dealings, so Qin Yuan has no reason to recruit them. Among them are spies planted by some unfriendly forces. Seeing Qin Yuan and Chen Zi picking and choosing, someone immediately started jeering, "Why don't they want us? We're affiliated with Golden Knife shop, and you'll take a 10% cut of any commissions we receive. Our brothers applied because they believe you can bring in more orders. Yet you're criticizing them. If you ask me, we might as well find employers ourselves. We can find orders ourselves and get all the profits, so why should we come here to be controlled by you?" Qin Yuan glanced at the man coldly and said indifferently, "I don't force anyone to be affiliated with the Golden Knife shop. But any team that's willing to join us will be brothers in the future, and I'll help them find missions to ensure they make money. Of course, you're also right, teams that can't stand the restrictions can leave on their own. I never force anyone." The man was about to say something when the team seeking affiliation shut him down. Chapter 35: The expansion of the Golden Knife shop. The team that proactively sought affiliation with the Golden Knife shop already believed that Qin Yuan could bring them a steady stream of orders and protect their safety when necessary. Having been involved in the Soul Hunter squad business for a long time, what kind of employers haven't I seen? It's common for employers not to pay the final payment, some employers even try to kill them. Qin Yuan can not only recover the final payment, but also ensure the safety of the team members to a certain extent. This stability is what they need. That person instigating the disturbance was clearly not in the interests of these squads. With no one to support him, the troublemaker was bound to be targeted and had no choice but to slink away from the scene. However, the Golden Knife shop is just starting out, and due to Yu Luomian's scheming, its business has been delayed too much, and it has not yet developed a stable customer base. In the short term, the small shop cannot support too many teams, and will only expand to 5 teams for the time being. As for the remaining teams, they can only apply for jobs after the shop's business stabilizes. Qin Yuan held an extraordinary position in the noble circles of Tiando City. Later, he bought the ownership of the Golden Knife shop from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Qin Yuan also acquired several nearby shops to expand his business. In addition, Qin Yuan also bought a newly developed plot of land in the city, which he specifically provided to the small teams affiliated with him as their base. This move appears to have involved a high initial investment. But with a stable place to live, the team members will feel a greater sense of belonging and be more willing to accept the shop's restrictions. That evening, Qin Yuan called Chen Zi to his room. Looking at his childhood friend, Qin Yuan felt a mix of emotions. After being away from the village for many years, he finally fulfilled his promise and developed a stable industry. Chen Zi, you will be in charge of managing the matters entrusted to you in the future. Although most of the teams are soul masters, there are also soul kings. Your strength is a bit weak, and some of the new team members will inevitably be dissatisfied. Chen Zi shrugged with a wry smile. He has indeed become lax in his cultivation. The main reason is that he can earn an income he has never had before through the shop, so he no longer wants to work so hard to cultivate. Neither of them possessed top-tier talent, but Qin Yuan's ability to break through to Soul King at the age of 30 demonstrates his diligence in cultivation. Chen Zi's talent was considerably lower than his, and his current success was entirely due to the pressures of life. Now that I'm living a comfortable life, how can my mindset be the same as before? Qin Yuan wouldn't blame him for this. He promised that once he made money, he would let Chen Zi enjoy life. However, the necessary strength is indispensable. Soul power level is like a stepping stone. Just like Douluo Bo, no matter what he says, people will believe him. But to say that they believe in him as a person is not really true, people only believe in his title of Douluo. Qin Yuan took out a magical herb from his soul tool and handed it to Chen Zi. The shop will be our guarantee in the future, but I have a more important task to carry out. The work of managing the shop still has to be handed over to you. This is a rare and precious plant, which I obtained from Senior Douluo. Refining and absorbing it with your soul power will benefit you. He deliberately avoided mentioning the words, miracle herb. In the future, the business that the Golden Knife shop does will inevitably come into contact with intelligence. If Chen Zi were to discover the immortal herb and accidentally let it slip, it could pose a threat to his personal safety. Brother, this is far too precious for you to absorb. Such a rare and precious treasure, your strength. Qin Yuan shook his head and explained, I've already absorbed some, you can't bite off more than you can chew. Besides, this is Senior Douluo's kind gesture, so please accept it. But don't tell anyone, and don't cause trouble for Senior Douluo. After absorbing the immortal herb, Chen Zi's strength officially entered the Soul King realm, and his talent was enhanced, giving him the opportunity to break through to a higher level in the future. Over the next 2 days, Qin Yuan personally helped him obtain a suitable 5th spirit ring. After finishing up the trivial matters at the shop, the 3-day holiday given to me by xunji came to an end. Early that morning, Qin Yuan, holding the token symbolizing his status as a teacher at the Heavenly Do Royal Academy, arrived at the foot of the Academy mountain. The gatekeeper had been notified in advance. Upon Qin Yuan's arrival, he warmly welcomed him into the academy and relayed a message. The 3 education committee members are out on business these past 2 days. Teacher Qin can go directly to the team training room to report for duty. The formalities have already been completed. Qin Yuan nodded. In fact, the Royal Fighting Team 1 did not have a team leader in this competition. Given Lei Meng's past eccentric nature, no teacher could control him, and the academy couldn't provide them with a team leader. Lei Meng, however, held Qin Yuan in high esteem, and without a doubt, Qin Yuan was the most suitable candidate. Upon learning that Qin Yuan was coming, the Royal Fighting Team, led by Lei Meng, stood neatly at the entrance of the training room and held a brief welcoming ceremony. Welcome, Professor Qin, for your guidance. Qin Yuan glanced at everyone, said nothing, but simply waved his hand, signaling them to enter the training room. He always acts decisively and efficiently. Moreover, the Royal Fighting Team has already trained for 2 years, and the necessary teamwork has been practiced, so he doesn't need to worry about it. Furthermore, the Royal Fighting Team 1 has a think tank composed of multiple teachers behind them. Once on the competition stage, the teachers are capable of devising the most suitable tactics. Meng Shenji's main purpose in sending Qin Yuan here was to suppress this group of arrogant and fierce soldiers and to restore discipline to the team. Lei Meng, step forward. Lei Meng's face lit up with joy, and he quickly stepped forward. He caused quite a commotion at home in order to become Qin Yuan's disciple. Although Qin Yuan did not formally accept him as a disciple, he was willing to teach him all of his sword techniques. How could he not be happy? He made up his mind that, regardless of whether Qin Yuan acknowledged him as his disciple or not, Qin Yuan would be his master who imparted knowledge and skills to him in the future. As far as Qin Yuan was concerned, he could simply teach the swordsmanship skills that the system had rewarded him with. Firstly, since it wasn't a family heirloom, he didn't feel any psychological burden. Secondly, there was no guarantee that even more powerful sword techniques wouldn't appear in the system rewards in the future. Having accepted the commission, he will do his best to manage the team. Lei Meng, as the team captain, has a very high reputation. If we start with him, won't the others behave themselves? Qin Yuan gained a new understanding of the 5-star mission. First of all, he had never experienced the process of developing swordsmanship from the beginning to perfection, and he did not know how long the process would take. Based on the information available, the strength of the Royal Fighting Team 1 is inconsistent, with a significant gap between its upper and lower limits. This state could lead to meteoric success or elimination in the first round of the competition. As a 5-star mission, it is certainly challenging, but it is not necessarily limited to requiring life or death battles. Enabling Lei Meng to master the essence of swordsmanship will be a long and arduous task. After all, this is closely related to Lei Meng's comprehension and his teaching methods. If anything goes wrong, the task of teaching Lei Meng swordsmanship could be delayed for several years, or even more than a decade. Secondly, there's the issue of the team's performance. If they fail to make it into the top 3, their mission will be a complete failure. Not only will you not gain any benefit, but your energy will also be wasted. Therefore, for his own sake and to live up to the system's rewards, he had to be serious for the next 2 months and couldn't relax for a moment. Chapter 36 Ning Rongrong and Qin Ming's Mischief. Third update, please read and add to your favorites. The so-called illusion and reality sword technique involves moving from illusion to reality and from reality to illusion. The sword technique is no longer confined to force and violence. The use of illusion and reality is to confuse the opponent and gain a chance of survival in a life or death struggle. I will break down the sword technique in slow motion so you can feel the essence of it. At first, you only need to imitate the form, just capture the shape of the sword, don't worry about the underlying meaning. As a teacher, Qin Yuan was very patient, breaking down the movements again and again. Lei Meng lived up to expectations and made rapid progress. No one would disagree that he has personality flaws, but Qin Yuan would be the first to object to the claim that he is not dedicated to cultivation. Lei Meng is a pure cultivation fanatic with little emotional intelligence. At most, he's been spoiled by his family, acting impulsively and lacking empathy. Qin Yuan will gradually correct this. Teaching is not something that can be accomplished overnight. An hour later, seeing that Lei Meng had made some progress, Qin Yuan said with satisfaction, "Right now, don't rush to learn the next part. It's more important to integrate and understand what you just learned. Practice your power-generating movements more often, and make sure they become muscle memory. This way, you can free up more of your mental energy in battle to come up with a way to break the deadlock." A short while later, a commotion came from outside the training room. Qin Yuan pushed open the door and saw Ning Rongrong making faces at him. He smiled helplessly, bent down, and asked, "Miss Rongrong, what brings you here?" Ning Rongrong is exceptionally intelligent and has already completed the courses at the Junior Soul Master Academy in just over 2 years. For support-type Soul Masters, as long as they have a solid foundation in theory, they can join advanced Soul Master Academies. Unlike Battle Soul Masters who need to undergo the baptism of combat step by step, the practical training for support-type Soul Masters is much easier and less stressful. Ning Rongrong puffed out her cheeks and pretended to be angry. Brother Qin Yuan is so mean, he hasn't visited Rongrong in so long. So, Rongrong came to Tiando Royal Academy to audit classes. Rongrong heard that the Soul Master competition was very interesting, and Rongrong also wanted to join the team to compete. Regardless of Ning Rongrong's actual strength, as long as she speaks up, the royal family will definitely give her face. However, this is not a good thing for Qin Yuan. He has missions to attend to. How could he have time to fool around with Ning Rongrong? Besides, how old is Ning Rongrong now? If she were to participate in the fiercely competitive finals of the Soul Master tournament, coupled with the inconsistent performance of Lei Meng and others, there's a high chance she'd be eliminated in the first round. But he also understood Ning Rongrong's feelings. She doesn't have many friends to talk to, and Ning Fengji is mostly busy with work and doesn't have time to spend with her. To be honest, Ning Rongrong, the apple of the eye of a large family, is far less happy than children from ordinary families. "Miss Rongrong, why don't you participate in more of the soul fighting competitions organized by the Academy and experience the atmosphere of the competition? When the time is right, you can participate in the Soul Master tournament. Wouldn't that be better?" Ning Rongrong has always been more responsive to gentle persuasion than force, and Qin Yuan's words were very effective with her. "Oh, right, Rongrong hasn't thought of that yet." As she spoke, She looked at the teacher beside her and urged him to take her to participate in the soul fighting competition. After seeing Ning Rongrong off, Qin Yuan breathed a slight sigh of relief. Lei Meng then sidled up to him, grinning, and said, "Teacher, why don't you arrange some playmates for Miss Rongrong? Children this age, as long as they're having fun, they won't be thinking about causing trouble." "You know a lot about this?" Qin Yuan asked in return. Lei Meng scratched his head awkwardly. It wasn't that he understood it well, but rather that he himself had once clung to his father. Lei Zhen was busy with official business all day long, and every time he was given a companion to play with, he would be sent away. As he gets older, how could he not understand these little tricks? For a while afterward, Ning Rongrong did indeed quiet down considerably. Because of her distinguished background, many people were willing to curry favor with her. As time went by, Ning Rongrong became the top female student in the academy. Because she had never experienced academy life before, she enjoyed it very much and stopped bothering Qin Yuan. Of course, Qin Yuan would also secretly correct some of her behaviors to prevent her from being led astray by people like Shui Bang. That afternoon, on his way to Du Guyan's dormitory, Qin Yuan noticed a young man who looked somewhat immature. The young man was carrying large and small bags, and seemed to be a new teacher at the academy. Qin Yuan walked over and greeted him. "Teacher Zhang, is this the new teacher? Aren't you going to introduce him?" Teacher Zhang, with a warm smile, pulled the young man beside him and said, "Teacher Qin, this is also Teacher Qin. His name is Qin Ming, and he is the academy's newest recruit. He is a promising young talent with the strength of a soul king in his early 20s. Qin Ming, slightly flustered, took the initiative to shake hands with Qin Yuan. "Teacher Qin Yuan, I've heard so much about you. I hope you'll take care of me in the future." Qin Yuan thought to himself, how clever. Qin Ming is a graduate of Shrek Academy. Looking at the original timeline, Qin Ming's performance in his later teaching work completely imitated the Shrek Academy model. Du Guyan and the others had long been influenced by him, so much so that in the subsequent match against Shrek Academy, the royal fighting team, despite being the victim, went to reconcile with Shrek Academy under Qin Ming's leadership. Qin Yuan wasn't a great saint, he was just an ordinary person with strong likes and dislikes. Those guys from Shrek Academy were really not to his liking. After giving a perfunctory reply, Qin Yuan left without exchanging further words with Qin Ming. Watching his departing figure, Qin Ming feigned surprise. "Teacher Zhang, it seems that Teacher Qin Yuan has a problem with me." Teacher Zhang suddenly smiled and gestured for Qin Ming to relax. "Teacher Qin Yuan is very busy. He has to lead the team to participate in the competition and has all sorts of other things to deal with. I don't think he has any free time. Xiaoming, spend more time with Teacher Qin, and you'll understand. Teacher Qin is always very kind to people." Du Guyan absorbed the immortal herb and, with the help of Du Gubo, successfully condensed a poison pill. Her cultivation level has now broken through to the Soul Venerable realm. According to the deductions of Meng Shenji and the other two members of the Education Committee, Du Guyan has a great chance of breaking through to the Soul King realm in the Soul Master competition 5 years later and bringing back the championship trophy for the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Du Guyan and Yi Lingling were very excited to see Qin Yuan. Du Gubo had briefly explained the origin of the immortal herb to them. In short, the two of them were fortunate enough to have such an opportunity, which was inseparable from Qin Yuan's help. "Teacher Qin, I really don't know how to thank you." Yi Lingling was very flustered, feeling that she owed Qin Yuan more and more favors, which she could never repay. Qin Yuan didn't respond, but instead joked, "Now I'm a teacher again, so if you call me teacher, I won't correct you." Yi Lingling nodded seriously, her emotions running high. "Brother Qin Yuan, thank you very much," Du Guyan said with a smile. Qin Yuan's face hardened, and he feigned anger. "If you call me elder brother, then I have to correct you. I address your grandfather as my brother, so shouldn't you call me grandfather?" Du Guyan playfully stuck out her tongue, then hid behind Du Gubo. WTR Lab. Douluo Continent. Ultimate Divine Chapter 37 Shui Qinghei's Implied Meaning. After a few light-hearted banter, Qin Yuan got down to business. The 3 education committee members have decided that the team for the next competition will be built around the 2 of you. Therefore, it's essential for you to go with the team to broaden your horizons this year. If there's a suitable opportunity, try to participate in the competition. Du Guyan and Yi Lingling solemnly agreed. On the Douluo continent, every young soul master aspires to participate in the soul master competition. Once they achieve outstanding performance in the competition, their names will be remembered by all the soul masters on the continent. Soul masters who diligently cultivate will always seek fame or fortune, otherwise, where would their motivation to cultivate come from? However, the situation of Royal Fighting Team 1 is special. They were directly guaranteed a spot in the finals, and the finals are fiercely competitive with no room for error. As a result, Royal Fighting Team 1 doesn't even have any substitute players. Adding 2 more people to the team midway through is not appropriate, but Du Guyan and Yi Lingling have good talent and are worth focusing on developing. Qin Yuan can make the decision on this matter. Of course, the 3 education commissioners would not refuse. Afterwards, Du Guyan and Yi Lingling will need to undergo a period of intensive training to help them adapt to the team's environment and the rhythm of the competition. After explaining the joining procedures, Qin Yuan then had a private conversation with Du Gubo. Brother, I recently received information that the royal family values you highly. Emperor Shui even personally promised that as long as you are willing to serve the royal family, you will be granted the title of Earl. Do you want to join the Heaven Do royal family? If you don't want to, I will block Prince Shui Xing's attempts to win you over. If you do want to join, think carefully about whether you want to join Prince Shui Xing's faction or the Crown Prince's faction. Qin Yuan never imagined that he, a mere soul emperor, would be so highly regarded by the royal family. Of course, he would not change his mind, never to join any faction, only to do things for money, and not to get involved in the conflicts between the major factions. Upon receiving the reply, Du Gubo solemnly reminded him, Prince Shuixing is easy to deal with, but the Crown Prince is not so easy to fool. The fact that Crown Prince Shui Qing can stand on equal footing with the deeply rooted Prince Shuixing is enough to show his skill and ability. Most importantly, he has become Ning Fengji's apprentice and has learned Ning Fengji's hypocrisy to perfection. How could Qin Yuan not know Shui Qinghei's true identity? With Shui Qinghei's name on his register, no one from the Spirit Hall will dare to touch him, and his personal safety will be more guaranteed in the future. It doesn't matter to him which faction is in power within the Spirit Hall. However, he can profit from both factions. Of course, there must be a clear bottom line to doing such things. For example, he would not help the Temple of Worship or the Papal Palace to fight each other, otherwise he would be the scapegoat in the end. Shui Qing acted swiftly. Du Gubo had just blocked Prince Shui Xing's attempt to win over Qin Yuan when Shui Qing arrived at the Tian Do Royal Academy. The 3 education commissioners were staunch supporters of Shui Qing, so of course they had to curry favor with him at this time. On the way to the audience, Meng Shenji boasted to Qin Yuan about Shui Qinghei's benevolence and righteousness. Shui Qing had been waiting for a long time in a meeting room of the education committee. After leading the person to the back, Meng Shenji tactfully left the room and closed the door behind him. Like Ning Fengji, Shui Qing was dressed as a scholar, with a faint smile always on his face. Upon meeting Qin Yuan, he did not put on airs as the crown prince of the empire, but instead had a kind face and a smile that was as warm as a spring breeze. I have long admired Mr. Qin's name, and meeting him today, I can confirm that his reputation is well deserved. Qin Yuan responded smoothly, Your Highness is also extraordinary. It is truly an honor for me to be summoned by Your Highness. Shui Qing was always polite to people of insight, and he took the initiative to lower his status. Mr. Qin, there is no need to be so formal. I really admire you. If you don't mind, you can just call me Qing. These words come from the bottom of my heart. Qin Yuan's name came into Bibi Dong's view, and his past had already been thoroughly investigated. Shui Qinghei's true identity is the next leader of the Spirit Hall, and his information channels are different from ordinary people. A person with innate level 5 soul power who can cultivate to the level of Soul King at the age of 30, and even to the peak Soul Emperor today, must have gone through countless hardships before finally reaping the rewards. If Shui Qing had received Qin Yuan's life script, she would probably still be currying favor with the upper class, instead of being courted by various noble families like Qin Yuan. After exchanging pleasantries, Shui Qing got straight to the point. He did not try to win over Qin Yuan, After all, the intelligence obtained by both the Spirit Hall and the Heaven Do Empire indicated that Qin Yuan only liked to accept commissions and would not join any faction. I heard that Lei Meng, the captain of the royal fighting team, is Mr. Qin's student. I wonder what kind of ranking the royal fighting team can achieve for the empire in this competition. Qin Yuan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately did not give a definite answer. I have been entrusted by the Duke to teach Lei Meng with all my heart. However, I do not have a direct understanding of the strength of the other teams, so it is difficult for me to give a specific ranking. But I will do my best to arrange the royal fighting team and lead them to strive for a top 3 finish. Shui Qing nodded, then smiled and asked, Chief Meng Shenji told me that Mr. Qin's commission will expire after this Soul Master competition. I wonder if Mr. Qin will stay in Wuhan City to accept commissions for a while, or return to the academy. He paused, then added, of course, no one can restrict Mr. Qin's freedom. I was just asking casually. Qin Yuan had nothing to hide about this. When he parted ways with Bibi Dong, she made it clear that she would hire him to teach Huliena movement techniques. Huliena and the other two will not participate in this competition, and Bibi Dong is not in a hurry regarding the timing. The finals of this competition will be held in Wuhan City. After the competition, Bibi Dong will most likely issue a corresponding commission, at which point he will be unable to return to Tiando City with the main force. Qin Yuan replied frankly, Your Highness, I only like to accept commissions. Because I feel that accepting different commissions can bring different kinds of fun to life. If I were just an ordinary teacher at the academy, such commissions would not be challenging at all. Of course, there's nothing wrong with a peaceful life, but I personally prefer to take on challenging work. If the Spirit Hall has a need in this regard, I will stay in Spirit City. Otherwise, if Your Highness can provide a challenging task, I will give priority to accepting Your Highness's task. Shui Qing didn't blame him. On the contrary, Qin Yuan's honesty earned him more points in her eyes. I don't have any special mission, but there will be opportunities to cooperate in the future. Mr. Qin, you must be extremely careful on this trip to Wuhan City. Some people act erratically and are unpredictable. They seem to do things on a whim. Mr. Qin, you must be cautious and avoid falling into their traps. With that, Shui Qing stood up and left his seat. I should also go back to handle my official business. Mr. Qin, you are welcome to visit my residence sometime. Also, I hope that what I just said was of some help to you. Chapter 38. Prepare a gift for him. After seeing Shui Qing off, Meng Shenji immediately approached Qin Yuan and asked about the content of their conversation. Upon learning that Shui Qing had not tried to win over Qin Yuan, he was quite puzzled. Didn't His Highness the Crown Prince promise you any benefits? Qin Yuan smiled and shook his head, then said seriously, I really like His Highness's way of doing things. I've always been lazy, and if I were to join His Highness's ranks, I would inevitably cause trouble. Your Highness respects my choice. When Your Highness needs me, I will help you solve your problems. Qin Yuan said these words intentionally for Meng Shenji to hear. Meng Shenji was unaware of this. Instead, he marveled at Shui Qinghei's brilliant methods. Even someone as determined as Qin Yuan, who would never join any faction, was captivated by the Crown Prince's personal charisma. With such a powerful ruler as His Highness, the empire is bound to usher in a period of great prosperity. The officials of the Crown Prince's residence were overjoyed. After dismissing Meng Shenji, Qin Yuan pondered Shui Qinghei's words. It's likely that the people Shui Qing was referring to were Pope Bibi Dong. Qin Yuan wholeheartedly agreed with this. After all, what pope would go on an incognito trip just to buy treasures on the black market? And even more so, would he personally orchestrate a massacre to seize a single soul bone? On a small scale, this is unconventional and carefree, but from another perspective, it's neglecting one's duties and being mentally ill. However, if Qin Yuan had to choose between Ning Fengji and Bibi Dong, he would definitely choose Bibi Dong. At least, if Bibi Dong wanted to kill someone, she would do so openly, and Qin Yuan could sense it. On the other hand, Ning Fengji was a ruthless man who would devour people without spitting out the bones. Looking back at the original timeline, Ning Fengji had been jumping around for many years, and in the end he still managed to have a good ending, which can be considered a stroke of good luck. For the next period of time, Qin Yuan personally led the Royal Fighting Team 1 in relevant training. When the qualifying rounds began, he took the Royal Fighting Team 1 to the competition venue during the day to watch the battle spirit of each team. The 15 teams that advanced from the Heavenly Dou Empire are all potential opponents of the Royal Dou team in the finals. It is essential to understand the opponent's strength in advance. As for the advancing teams from the Star Luo Empire, the Empire's spies went to gather intelligence, which was then compiled and organized by the think tank. Time is like a wild donkey, once it starts running, it never stops. Before we knew it, the day arrived for the main force to set off. The 15 teams that advanced from the Heaven Dou Empire, plus the Royal Dou Team 1 which was guaranteed a spot in the finals, a total of 16 teams, set off for Wuhan City to participate in the final competition, escorted by the Royal Knights. Meanwhile, inside the Papal Palace, Huliena and the other two bowed respectfully to Bibi Dong, who was seated on the high throne, and said, "Greetings, Your Holiness the Pope." Bibi Dong examined the three's soul power cultivation and was very satisfied. Not bad. The first year of the Advanced Soul Master Academy has ended. Your achievements today meet my expectations. Huliena cupped her hands and expressed her thoughts. Teacher, I want to participate in this year's Soul Master competition with the team. I am well aware of my limited strength and am willing to be only a substitute player. Xie Yu and Yan share the same idea. Before the next Soul Master competition begins, with the resources provided by the Spirit Hall, the three of them have a high chance of breaking through to the Soul King realm. In order to perform better in the next competition, it is essential to experience the atmosphere of the competition in advance. But Bibi Dong disagreed, her expression darkening slightly. No, the three of you are the future golden generation, you must not be exposed so easily. I have summoned you not for the Soul Master competition, but for another purpose. As she spoke, she gave a wink to Ghost Douluo beside her, signaling him to continue. Ghost Douluo accepted the order and stepped forward. Nana, you are the future pillars of the Spirit Hall. The training we provide for you is very different from that for other geniuses. The trials ahead will be a great test for you. Participating in the Soul Master competition is too exhausting and not suitable for you at your current level. Of course, since you don't have any training tasks for the time being, you can go and watch the competition if appropriate. Furthermore, His Holiness the Pope has found a suitable teacher for you. Your subsequent training arrangements will also be linked to your learning efficiency. That teacher is very capable and has unique insights into cultivating self-created soul skills. I hope you can train diligently by his side and not let His Holiness the Pope's good intentions go to waste. Huliena was stunned for a moment. In her opinion, no teacher on the mainland was better than her teacher. Who exactly is that person, and why did they gain the approval of Grandpa Ghost? And why did they receive the teacher's approval? Bibi Dong rested her right hand on her cheek, her expression languid, and said, "That person is arrogant and unruly. I went to great lengths to invite him to teach me my self-created soul skills. Don't let me down. As for that teacher, you'll see him at the Soul Master competition. However, he's not from the Spirit Hall, he's temporarily employed by another academy team." We left the Papal Palace. Huliena and the other two looked at each other, their hearts filled with doubt. Bibi Dong and Ghost Douluo only said that the teacher was very capable, but did not reveal the other party's identity or specific details. Yan crossed his arms and said suspiciously, "Among us, apart from Nana who is His Holiness the Pope's disciple, Xie Yu and I could easily become disciples of any title Douluo in the palace. A talent that His Holiness the Pope would go to great lengths to recruit must be a title Douluo or a soul Douluo from an external force, right?" Huliena was intelligent and pieced together some information from the words of Ghost Douluo and Bibi Dong. If he were a soul Douluo or a title Douluo, would he lead the team to the Soul Master competition? I think his strength is probably not even that of a soul saint. He just learned a decent self-created soul skill, which is why his teacher values him so much. Xie Yu clicked her tongue slightly, somewhat dissatisfied, and said, "Nana, would a powerful person who can learn a self-created soul skill be an ordinary person? Among all the title Douluo powerhouses in our Spirit Hall, have you heard of how many elders possess self-created spirit skills?" Yan interrupted, "Xie Yu, I think Nana has a point. It's possible that she's one of those soul masters who specializes in only one area. There are examples like that on the continent. Take Feng Xiaotian from Shenfeng Academy, for instance. He has innate full soul power, but he doesn't bother with cultivation and spends all his time figuring out how to create his own soul skills. His talent far surpasses the three of us, but he is older than us and his soul power level is lower than ours. I think that guy's talent was limited, and his subsequent breakthrough speed was hindered, so he turned to researching self-created soul skills. He just got incredibly lucky and caught the attention of His Holiness the Pope. Seeing that Juliana and her brother were still hesitating, Yan came up with a clever idea: want to test that person's strength. Isn't that easy? When he comes to teach us, let's prepare a small gift for him. If he can handle it, then he must have some ability, otherwise, the sooner he gets out of here, the better. Who knows, maybe that guy just has a silver tongue, and His Holiness the Pope was fooled by his sweet talk. It is our duty to purge His Holiness the Pope from the corrupt elements within His Holiness's palace. Chapter 39 The Killing God Domain repels 10,000 armies. The walls of Wuhan City are towering and imposing, even surpassing those of Tiando City. This was Qin Yuan's first time here. As he traveled into the city with the convoy, he lifted the carriage curtain to admire the scenery along the way. But soon, the team encountered trouble. The Heavenly Do Royal Academy's convoy, representing the Empire's prestige, was positioned at the head of the procession. From inside the vehicle, one could clearly see the situation ahead of the convoy. Just then, the Douluo Empire's caravan entered the city at the same time as them. While the two empires maintained a long-term cooperative and mutually beneficial relationship at the academic level, they had long since broken ties in other areas. Especially on the border, if the balance of power between the two sides shifts even slightly, the other side will not hesitate to launch a war. The Soul Master competition stage aims to showcase the outstanding young Soul Masters of the two great empires. To back down now would put us at a disadvantage in terms of morale and would severely impact our own troops' morale. The Royal Knights, led by Duke Lei Zhen, were there to prevent any unforeseen events along the way. However, Qin Yuan was highly regarded by the royal family, and his position in the caravan was second only to Lei Zhen. Even Lei Zhen had to consider his opinions when necessary. The convoys of the two great empires blocked the city gate, while the Spirit Hall side did nothing, even adopting a spectator attitude. Lei Zhen rode his horse to the carriage and knocked on the door. In the last competition, the Empire's convoy also encountered a similar situation. At that time, the Douluo Empire was ahead of us and entered the city first. His Majesty is very dissatisfied with this. If we are outdone again this year, it will be difficult to explain ourselves. Mr. Qin, what do you think? Qin Yuan nodded, got off the carriage, walked to the front of the caravan, and glanced at the Xingluo Royal Cavalry. The strength of the Douluo Empire is evident from the composition of its troops. Its soldiers are superior to those of the Heavenly Do Cavalry. This is the entrance to Wuhan City. It's impossible to fight and settle the score here. Otherwise, given Lei Zhen's temperament, why would he ask for his opinion? After a pause, Qin Yuan had an idea in mind. He gestured to Lei Zhen to relax. He turned around and shouted towards the Douluo Empire's convoy. What, are all the Douluo Empire cowards, always hiding their true colors? Although Qin Yuan was not a supporter of the Heaven Do royal family, he was not one to suffer losses, so why would he be willing to lag behind? Besides, the Heaven Do royal family had given him enough, and if necessary, he would stand on their side. The leader of the Douluo Empire's caravan was a seasoned general who had clearly clashed with Lei Zhen on the battlefield. The two were quite antagonistic towards each other and seemed poised to come to blows. However, seeing that it was Qin Yuan speaking from Tiando's side, he temporarily ignored Lei Zhen. The Heavenly Do Empire has truly declined, actually allowing a junior to be in charge of the caravan. This general was burly and possessed a battle-hardened killing intent, exuding an imposing aura without being angry. Even the seasoned royal knights of the Heavenly Do Kingdom were taken aback and forced to take a step back. Without hesitation, Qin Yuan stepped forward and walked up to the man. The two locked eyes, each displaying their aura in an attempt to intimidate the other. General Xingluo's heart sank. It's truly rare for a mere peak soul emperor to possess such an aura. In fact, he sensed a terrifying killing intent in Qin Yuan's eyes, which chilled him to the bone. He couldn't help but ask, when did the Heavenly Do Empire have such a figure? But on the surface, he wouldn't admit defeat, a cold smile playing on his lips. Junior, obediently let the Douluo Empire's caravan enter the city first, lest you suffer physical pain. Qin Yuan crossed his arms and scoffed, what a joke. When has my heavenly Do Empire ever been subordinate to the Douluo Empire? As he spoke, his tone grew increasingly low, and a chill inexplicably swept through the room. The Douluo cavalry in the front row felt a chill run down their spines. Their horses were startled, neighing and clattering incessantly. Amidst everyone's astonished gazes, Qin Yuan seemed to transform into a humanoid asura, exuding immense pressure simply by standing there. The killing god domain was quietly released, enveloping the Douluo Empire's cavalry. As the power of the domain continued to rise, the frightened horses ran wildly in all directions, leaving the entire Xingluo caravan in a state of chaos. You mere soul emperor possess a domain, and it's even formed from killing intent. What is your background? General Xingluo questioned in a deep voice. Qin Yuan had no obligation to answer his questions, so he pointed behind him and said, I think you should rest your convoy to avoid riding recklessly in the middle of the city and giving others a handle to use against you. Wuhan City is a sacred place in the hearts of Soul Masters. If they cause trouble here, wouldn't they become the public enemy of the Soul Master community? Let alone this general, even the Douluo Emperor would have to maintain the proper respect upon arriving here. Qin Yuan was right. If the frightened warhorse rushed into the city, the consequences would be unimaginable. Seeing that the other party did not object, Qin Yuan chuckled, then turned around and beckoned the Tian Do Empire's convoy to enter the city. As for the Douluo Empire's convoy, they still had to deal with the situation and didn't have time to stop them for the time being. Upon entering the city, the contestants from the Heavenly Do Empire were accommodated in hotels, while the Royal Knights taxi drivers were stationed at fixed locations. Inside the hotel, Qin Yuan had a private room, and Lei Zhen came to visit as soon as he had settled his soldiers. As soon as he entered, he saw Lei Zhen carrying 2 jugs of fine wine, praising, that was truly exhilarating. It's been a long time since I've seen the Douluo Empire suffer such a humiliation. Mr. Qin, you are one of the few people I admire. Lei Zhen, ever the familiar type, sat down on the sofa and put down some fine wine. Mr. Qin, there are military rules that prevent me from drinking. I've been saving these 2 jugs of good wine for 30 years. Please don't mind them, keep them to help you relax. After a few pleasantries, he got down to business. The people of the Douluo Empire are always petty and narrow-minded. This time you exposed their true colors, so they probably won't let it go. They might even try to sabotage you in secret. You need to be careful. Qin Yuan shook his head and confidently stated, they wouldn't dare. Bibi Dong now needs his help. Once he enters the city, Bibi Dong will definitely take special care of him. Of course, the people secretly protecting him were also spies sent by Bibi Dong to monitor him. Lei Zhen sighed softly, leaning back on the sofa, feeling extremely anxious. The schedule is very tight. We only have 1 day to rest. Tomorrow is the opening ceremony, followed by the competition. Please arrange for each team to rest as soon as possible. In the last competition, which was also the first Soul Master competition, the Empire was not well prepared and its best result was only the top 6, which was achieved by the Divine Wind Academy team. His Majesty was embarrassed. I am paid by the Emperor and I share his burdens. I hope Mr. Qin can understand my concerns. The entire Empire is eager for an overwhelming victory to stabilize public morale. Of course, His Majesty didn't ask us to fight the Spirit Hall. Team to the death. We just need to crush the Douluo Empire. Qin Yuan made detailed plans in advance. He can't control the other teams, but the Royal Fighting Team 1's performance has become much more stable. As long as they don't draw the Spirit Hall Academy team in the first match, there shouldn't be any major problems. After Lei Zhen left, Qin Yuan gathered the members of the Royal Fighting Team. Teams that are guaranteed a spot in the finals will have a bye in the first round of the finals. Therefore, after the opening ceremony tomorrow, Team Royal Fight will not have a match. But this round of free play is not for them to rest, but to help them adjust their form as soon as possible and prepare for the high-intensity matches to come. Chapter 40 Qin Yuan's Complex Feelings. The teams that receive guaranteed admission are different from other teams. They haven't experienced high-intensity matches in the early stages, and some players may inevitably struggle to get into form. Giving them a day to adjust is also the result of optimizing the competition format. As for the top teams from the two empires qualifying rounds, they will have a bye in the second round. This way, when the royal fighting team participates, they will avoid facing two of the hottest teams. Qin Yuan said, "I don't have high expectations for you. You've already practiced the tactical coordination that you need to learn. The competition is coming soon, so don't have too much psychological burden. Just keep a calm mind." He didn't have much to say. The members of the royal fighting team were quite strong. The key was the upcoming draw and their performance during the match. Get some rest, and don't wander around the streets during the competition. After the competition, you'll have a few days off, which will give you plenty of time to experience the local customs and culture of Wuhan City. Lei Meng, stay here. Everyone else, go and rest. Speaking of which, Lei Meng has made remarkable progress in his swordsmanship training during this period. The illusory and real sword technique is not a particularly powerful sword technique, and it only focuses on technique without requiring the participation of soul power, which saves a lot of unnecessary training time. After all, for genius soul masters at the soul master stage, their control over their soul power is not refined and is far inferior to that of high-level soul masters. Therefore, they are at a disadvantage when practicing techniques that require extremely high control over soul power. Lei Meng said somewhat dejectedly, "Teacher, my swordsmanship is not yet fully mastered. I'm always stuck on the steps of exerting force. With a solid strike, my power is sufficient, but I waste too much energy on feints, and when I draw the sword, it puts immense pressure on my wrist for no reason." The problem he faced was the same one that Qin Yuan had exposed when they first met, and it had never been truly resolved after all this time. Every time Lei Meng strikes with his sword, he can't concentrate his power on one point. Other parts of his body will always exert force, affecting the smoothness of his sword swing. Of course, it's not that Qin Yuan lacks ability, but rather that his long-standing habits cannot be changed in the short term. The so-called real strike refers to a strike that is actually delivered. Although the aforementioned problems were not completely resolved under Qin Yuan's intervention, Lei Meng was at least able to target different points of force at the enemy, without affecting the overall power. However, when feinting at the enemy, the dispersed force will increase the burden on the arm and affect the smoothness of sheathing the sword. Lei Meng has performed well enough, but time is too tight. With the competition imminent, all kinds of pressure are on him, inevitably leading to pessimism. Qin Yuan did not choose to force growth, but instead comforted him, saying, "The fact that you can do this proves that your comprehension has surpassed 99% of the soul masters on the continent, and even some titled Douluos are not as good as you. You don't need to rush. Even if your swordsmanship is only half finished, it's enough for you right now." Comprehension is different from cultivation talent. It is innate and, unlike cultivation talent, is almost impossible to improve later in life. Some fools who only know how to cultivate, though possessing innate high soul power, are dull-witted and will always be trapped by the experiences of their predecessors, finding it difficult to break through their limitations. Of course, there are also a large number of ordinary people with extremely high comprehension, but who suffer from a lack of talent for cultivation. Among all the people Qin Yuan had met, Lei Meng's comprehension and talent were absolutely second to none. Lei Meng lowered his head, took a few breaths, and his restless heart calmed down a little. "Teacher, after the Soul Master competition, will you continue to teach me swordsmanship?" This was Lei Meng's biggest concern. Upon encountering the illusory and real sword technique, he didn't find it difficult to master. Perhaps a small epiphany would allow him to skip the beginner stage and directly reach mastery. What Qin Yuan truly taught him was the skill of using swordsmanship in combat, as well as his experience in life or death battles. Compared to fixed sword techniques, the latter is a never-ending learning process. If possible, he wants to receive constant guidance and correction from his teacher in his future training. Qin Yuan patted his shoulder gently, without directly stating his opinion. "Fate is a wonderful thing. For example, I didn't originally intend to teach you swordsmanship or skills, but by some twist of fate, we still ended up together. Once you've mastered the illusionary blade technique, I'll have completed my task. This technique isn't difficult. Once you've mastered it, you don't need my constant guidance. Just refer to the training manual I gave you, and you'll be able to reach its peak. I heard from your father that after the competition, you will be sent to the border army for training. The world is vast, and we will meet again someday. Alright, focus all your energy on the upcoming matches. Winning honor for the Empire is your primary goal. A hint of melancholy flickered in Lei Meng's eyes, but there was nothing he could do about it. The frontier military experience has always been a place of transformation for the men of the Lei family. Moreover, if he wants to inherit his father's title, he must establish certain merits in the frontier army. His father had more than one son, the previous sons had either died on the battlefield or were dull-witted. He had to shoulder the responsibility for ensuring the family's title would be passed down through generations. This is his experience, how can he involve his teacher in it? Lei Meng did not press the matter too much. He bowed deeply and then ran up to the rooftop to practice his swordsmanship alone. Qin Yuan had mixed feelings about this student. If he hadn't obtained the system, as he grew older, he would definitely have taken Lei Meng as his disciple for a stable living environment, so he could just coast along in the Duke's mansion. But things are different now. If he joins a faction, he can no longer accept commissions from external forces, which reduces his chances and the quality of the rewards he can obtain. After the Soul Master competition ends, once Lei Meng has made enough contributions and his life has stabilized, there may be opportunities for the two sides to meet again. Perhaps by then, Qin Yuan's strength will have made a qualitative leap, and he will have acquired several more martial arts techniques. The Spirit Hall specially built an open-air arena in the city for this year's Soul Master competition. The opening ceremony the following day was concise and efficient, and the finals officially began. The members of the Royal Fighting Team were not competing, they were watching from below the arena. 33 teams made it to the finals, while the 3 teams that were guaranteed a spot in the finals did not participate. Today's matches will eliminate 15 teams. Compared to the Heaven Do Empire's team, the Douluo Empire's team is stronger overall. On the Tiando Empire's side, almost all the teams from the various kingdoms and duchies were wiped out, with only the 5 teams from the Empire region advancing to the second round. Such a record on the first day puts a lot of pressure on the Heavenly Do Empire, and Qin Yuan has to be more cautious as well. As for the teams that have been eliminated, their journey in the tournament has come to an end, and they are given an early break. The first day of the finals has come to a close, and Juliana and her 2 companions who were watching have gained a general understanding of the strength of the 2 major imperial teams. Chapter 41 Is Qin Yuan the mentor? Yan raised an eyebrow, saying with considerable dissatisfaction, with our strength, we're more than capable of participating in the competition. I see many teams don't even have 3 soul masters, I don't know how they advanced. Xie Yu patted his shoulder lightly, shook his head, and reminded him, don't question His Holiness the Pope's decision. Also, we are the top geniuses in the palace, and we can't judge the cultivation speed of other soul masters by our standards. Juliana didn't say anything, but after the 2 finished talking, she asked, did you find the powerful person the teacher mentioned? Yan became interested immediately upon hearing about the mysterious teacher. I've looked at it. The teams from the Heavenly Do Empire that are competing today all have elderly team leaders. The only royal fighting team that hasn't made an appearance yet, I heard their team leader is a young soul master. Yesterday, a friend of mine was working at the city gate, and I heard that this guy gave the Douluo Empire's caravan a hard time. He's a formidable fellow. Yan is a key talent cultivated by the Spirit Hall. Although he is a maverick, he has many people who try to curry favor with him. Yan is not cunning. Once he's amused, he'll naturally treat others as friends. Xie Yu nodded solemnly and continued, I've heard about this too. That person seems to possess a domain formed from killing intent. He has extraordinary talent, and even within the Douluo Empire's ranks, many people highly praise him. I wonder if our future mentor will be that teacher Qin. The realm of the God of Slaughter and the City of Slaughter are top secrets on the continent. Aside from the high-ranking members of the Spirit Hall and the Clear Sky sect, only those senior titled Douluos knew about this. Xie Yu and his 2 companions had just embarked on the path of soul master cultivation. Such a perilous place was not a place for them. After careful analysis, Yan said, that shouldn't be possible. Teacher Qin is praised by countless people in the Heaven Do Empire. He must have joined the Heaven Do royal family long ago. How could he possibly be training talents for the Spirit Hall? However, it wouldn't hurt to pay a visit. A Soul Emperor with a domain realm is so young, and his future achievements should not be underestimated. Building a good relationship in advance will only benefit our future, not harm it. The hotel where the Royal Fighting Team is staying. The draw results are in, and tomorrow's Royal Fighting Team will face Blue Overlord Team. Although Blue Tyrant Academy is a relatively new academy with little reputation, it has made it to the finals of 2 Soul Master competitions, making it a dark horse. However, their team only had 3 Soul Masters, which was a bit weaker in terms of individual strength compared to the Royal Fighting Team's 5 Soul Masters. Qin Yuan tapped the tea table lightly, saying casually, "The Blue Tyrant team's good luck ends here." For tomorrow's match, Yi Lingling will be the support-type Soul Master, and Du Guyan will be the control-type Soul Master. This match is also the only chance for the 2 substitutes to play. Once they miss it, the opponents will become stronger and stronger, and Qin Yuan dares not let them play again. Qin Yuan doesn't need to devise the team's tactics. The advisors in the think tank will come up with plans, and Qin Yuan and the team members will then make the tactical choices. Just as everyone was deep in discussion, there was a knock on the door. "Who is it?" Lei Meng looked annoyed, as if he was about to make a move. "Everyone is preparing their tactics. It would be extremely impolite to disturb them at this time." Qin Yuan gestured with his hand, indicating, "Judging from the footsteps, there should be 3 people, and none of them are people we know." To avoid trouble, Qin Yuan asked everyone to tidy up the deployment map on the tea table to prevent it from being stolen by outsiders. Qin Yuan opened the door halfway and leaned out, showing no intention of letting the other person into the room. "Who are you, and what do you want?" Outsiders are strictly prohibited from entering the team's dormitory area. These 3 people are not players from the Heaven Do region, yet they were able to enter, which suggests they have extremely high permission within the Spirit Hall. Needless to say, Qin Yuan could roughly guess the identities of the 3 people. But what are these 3 doing here? Xie Yu was very polite, introduced themselves, and bowed, saying, "I wonder if you are the instructor His Holiness the Pope has hired for us." Qin Yuan shook his head, giving a negative answer. Bibi Dong did not give him any commission, so this answer was not a lie. Who knows what Bibi Dong is thinking? Qin Yuan would not acknowledge anything without a formal authorization. The smiles on Xie Yu's and the other 2's faces froze, and they stood there dumbfounded. It seems that His Holiness the Pope did not explicitly state that their mentor was the leader of the Royal Fighting Team, and they were not even sure if he was the team leader. He was merely employed by the academy teams of the Heavenly Do Empire, and might just be one of the teachers in charge of logistics for a certain team, or perhaps doing other work. To be honest, the 3 of them had a good impression of Qin Yuan. Young, possessing a domain, and a peak Soul Emperor level expert. Unfortunately, such a person was destined to have already been recruited by the Heaven Do royal family and could never become their teacher. Juliana bowed and said, "I'm sorry, we made a mistake, we've disturbed you." Qin Yuan didn't think much of it and closed the door. He wouldn't actively approach Bibi Dong until she issued a formal commission and he received a task from the system. Whether Juliana and the other 2 have the right fate to learn his movement techniques depends on whether he can teach them. If it's not him, then who could it be? Xie Yu was at a loss. In the Heaven Do Empire's teams, there are many young teachers in charge of logistics and other tasks. If the criteria are broadened, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack, and the mentor that Bibi Dong mentioned would be impossible to find. After a pause, Xie Yu added, "I still think it's most likely Teacher Qin." Yan exclaimed, "In my opinion, that teacher is only skilled in creating his own soul skills. He is probably just an ordinary soul master with the strength of a soul king." He still wanted to give that teacher a little gift. If it really was Qin Yuan, he wouldn't dare to act recklessly. After all, Qin Yuan single-handedly forced back the entire Star Luo Empire's convoy and faced Seoul Douluo powerhouses without fear. Such a person was not someone the 3 high-level soul venerables could afford to provoke. Inside the hotel room, hearing the young voice of the newcomer, the members of the Royal Fighting Team were very curious. "Teacher Qin, is it another team that has come to gather information about us?" Qin Yuan shook his head and continued to arrange tactics for everyone. "This is the last time the Blue Tyrant team will compete under the name Blue Tyrant. In the years following the conclusion of this competition, with the arrival of Flander, Tang San, and others, Blue Tyrant Academy was officially renamed Shrek Academy, and the name of the academy continued for tens of thousands of years to come. Based on the original timeline, there are very few people who can defeat the Shrek team. In tomorrow's match, Qin Yuan will definitely arrange for his team to take a point from them. Even if future developments remain the same as in the original timeline, so what? The Royal Fighting Team 1 will always be the team that has defeated the Shrek team, Blue Tyrant team. Chapter 42 2 Supermodel, A Thunderous Strike. The following day's competition saw the three teams that had secured their spots in the finals make their first appearance, attracting considerable attention. It's worth noting that in the first Soul Master tournament, the Royal Fighting Team was eliminated in their very first appearance due to insufficient preparation. This is why the Star Luo Empire wanted to put them at a disadvantage when they entered the city. Who told the previous Royal Fighting Team to make such a huge mistake, causing all the teams in the region to be looked down upon? The first match of the day was between the Royal Fighting Team and the Blue Tyrant Team. Viewers are very interested in the Royal Fighting Team's matches. Of course, many more are simply looking for a good spectacle and want to see the Royal Fighting Team suffer another defeat in their debut. Qin Yuan would not grant their wishes. As the teams arrived one after another, the referee notified Qin Yuan that the match would begin in 5 minutes. Qin Yuan turned his gaze to Lei Meng and the others. After 2 months of training before the competition, Lei Meng and his team had already stabilized their mindset and would not let some trivial matters affect their performance. Of course, the pressure was immense for them to make their debut on the second round of the finals. Unlike the qualifying rounds, which have a loop system and allow for some leeway after a loss, the finals only require one loss to end the tournament. Before the match, Qin Yuan encouraged him, "Don't think too much, believe in yourself. Lei Meng, you've actually already mastered the basics of swordsmanship, you just haven't realized it yet. During the match, you can use it freely, your opponent won't be able to break through your swordsmanship." It wasn't that Qin Yuan was confident enough in his swordsmanship, but rather that in a competition between Soul Venerables and Soul Sect Masters, having a perfect swordsmanship could indeed allow one to do whatever one wanted, even though Lei Meng still had some flaws in his swordsmanship. 5 minutes passed quickly, and at the referee's urging, Lei Meng and the others stepped onto the stage. Now that we're on the final stage, there's no possibility of hiding any trump cards. Team Blue Tyrant has sent out its full main lineup, while Team Royal Fight has brought 2 substitute players. 2 newcomers. Lu Erlong frowned in the Blue Tyrant team's rest area. As the team's performance improved year by year, Lu Erlong, the dean, naturally had to attend the competition to cheer on the team. The roster of the Royal Fighting Team had been known to all other teams beforehand. The appearance of Du Guyan and Yi Lingling, 2 new faces, and their extreme inexperience, suggests that the Royal Fighting Team might be using them as training material. But this is the finals, and given that the Royal Fighting Team didn't perform well in the last tournament, do they still dare to hide their strength? Even with 2 substitutes, the Royal Fighting Team still has 4 Soul Masters, 1 more than Blue Tyrant Academy. Originally, Lu Erlong thought that since the Blue Tyrant team had won a match in the finals and broken their best record in team history, she was thinking of quitting while she was ahead. Who would have thought that the Royal Fighting Team would make such a personnel arrangement? Lu Erlong's mind started working, and he immediately said, "Let's use the third plan and win another round." Her voice was neither too loud nor too soft. The other teams from the player rest area could hear her clearly, including the Royal Fighting Team. HMPH, Blue Tyrant Academy is nothing special. One of the teachers from the Royal Fighting Team snorted coldly, unable to contain his anger. Lu Erlong herself has a bad temper, and her influence extends to the teachers of the Blue Tyrant Team, who have also picked up her temper. Seeing that the 2 sides were about to escalate into a war of words, Qin Yuan interrupted, "The competition should be judged by strength. There's no point in arguing here. Let's see who's the real deal." As the referee announced the start of the match, the Royal Fighting Team launched their attack and formed their battle formation, following the methods taught by Qin Yuan. This is the standard tactic of the Soul Hunter Squad. When the Soul Hunter Squad is on a mission, they stick together very closely. Once they encounter an enemy, they will disperse from front to back and from the outside to the inside. This approach is more geared towards real combat, and it's far too overpowered for the academy teams that excel in arena battles. After all, according to established rules, after the start of a match, both sides are usually given about 10 seconds to separate their formations before they officially begin fighting. Of course, the rules do not require this to be done, it depends entirely on each team's arrangements. The Royal Fighting Team launched a series of attacks, while the Blue Tyrant Team members were still fiddling with their formation. Lu Erlong, standing below the arena, glared fiercely at the Royal Fighting Team's rest area, seemingly convinced that the other side was deliberately targeting the Blue Tyrant Academy team. The competition had already begun, and even though Lu Erlong was dissatisfied, she could only trust her teammates. Lei Meng took the lead. His swordsmanship was not flashy but highly practical. There were no fancy tricks, just a single slash. A thunderclap suddenly resounded on the arena. The Thunder Blade martial soul was bathed in a sea of lightning. Each swing not only possessed the power of the blade itself, but also added the destructive power of lightning. After 2 consecutive strikes, the captain of the Blue Tyrant team was struggling to defend himself and was forced to retreat. Positioning seemed to possess a special magic for them. The Control-type Soul Masters of the Blue Tyrant team would rather take advantage of the gaps when they were not under threat to run to their designated positions and wait for orders than use their Control Soul skills in advance to help their captain out of trouble. Lei Meng never expected that the Blue Tyrant team would be so easily defeated. It seems Qin Yuan was right, not just any team can mess with the Royal Fighting Team. This world is a huge makeshift stage. The teams that make it to the finals are not purely strong. A large portion of the teams are just weaklings fighting each other. They just got lucky and made it to the finals. Before the match, they had prepared many contingency plans, but now it seems they are no longer needed. Lei Meng realized that he had overestimated his opponent's strength. Calming down, he was no longer controlled by his nervousness. Of course, he wouldn't let his guard down. Taking advantage of the moment when his opponent was still in position, he decisively activated his third soul skill, intending to expand his gains. Third soul skill, Lightning Flash. The power of the lightning blade was even greater. Each strike was accompanied by a burst of blade energy formed from lightning. Captain Lan Ba was unable to defend himself and unleashed his fourth soul skill in an all-out effort. Unfortunately, his attack was fooled by Lei Meng's feint, causing his soul skill to miss. Lei Meng's solid blade struck him, instantly injuring him severely. If it weren't for the fact that the Blue Tyrant team's support-type Soul Master possessed healing abilities, their captain would have been eliminated right now. At this point, less than 10 seconds into the match, the captain of the Blue Tyrant team was already seriously injured. Of course, there was also good news for the Blue Tyrant team. Their members had reached their designated positions and could organize a counterattack. Give me treatment. Captain Lan Ba decisively kidnapped his own support-type Soul Master, wanting to regain face from Lei Meng. From God's perspective, the Blue Tyrant team's survival space was compressed by more than half in this match, while the Royal Fight team was relaxed and at ease, with a stable formation and excellent teamwork among the players. The Ivy Spirit of the Control-type Soul Master of the Blue Tyrant team is an extremely troublesome plant. Now that they can catch their breath, Control-type Soul Masters should naturally play a role. Chapter 43. Everyone has a bright future, but the covetousness of the petty and unscrupulous. The match wasn't over yet, but Qin Yuan stretched and yawned from below the stage, looking relaxed and content. He even said to those around him, "The game is in garbage time, there's no need to watch anymore. Prepare some food for the kids and let them get a good rest tonight." Teacher Zhang, who was in charge of logistics, looked bewildered. The competition has only just begun, how can we tell the outcome? Of course, Qin Yuan wasn't just making things up. While others might not know about the Royal Fighting Team, how could he not? The Climbing Tiger Martial Soul is powerful because of its adhesion and regeneration properties. When it entangles an enemy, it can stick to them tightly and regenerate rapidly, wrapping them up like a dumpling. It can be said that the Blue Tyrant team's ability to enter the finals and win the first round was inseparable from the extraordinary performance of the Control-type Soul Master, the Climbing Tiger. Their good luck has ended today. Plant-type martial souls are easily countered. The Royal Fighting Team does not have any Fire-type Soul Masters, but it does have Douluo Yan, a Poison-type Soul Master. Having absorbed immortal herbs and condensed poison pills, Douluo Yan's toxins are now far more potent than before, capable of threatening even Soul King level experts in unexpected situations. As the climbing tiger martial soul was about to cover half of the arena, Douluo Yan smiled and manipulated the azure phosphorus serpent martial soul, spewing out emerald green poisonous mist. In an instant, the arena was shrouded in poisonous fog. Douluo Yan's poison doesn't discriminate between friend and foe. In the past, without Douluo present, she wouldn't have dared to do this. However, since acquiring the poison pill, her control over toxins has become incredibly precise, allowing her to manipulate the poisonous mist without affecting her teammates. The venom of the blue phosphorus snake is extremely corrosive. When the ivy vines are absorbed into it, they wither and die completely in the blink of an eye, losing all control. Lei Meng's eyes lit up. Before the match, he thought he would have to rely on his lightning attribute to counter the climbing tiger martial soul, but he didn't expect that Douluo Yan's poison would have such an effect. Now things are much easier. With no worries about the future, he no longer has any concerns. He charged into the enemy formation with a single sword, as if entering an empty field. The still wounded Captain Lan Ba was no match for his attacks and was the first to be eliminated. The Heavenly Do Royal Academy team has won. The referee announced loudly. Since Royal Fighting Team 2 did not make it to the finals, there is no need to make detailed distinctions in the subsequent matches. Lei Meng jumped up excitedly, striking a victorious pose. Winning the first game greatly boosted their confidence. As long as they didn't encounter the Spirit Hall team in the subsequent matches, they had a real chance of making it to the finals. Compared to the triumph of the victors, the losers appear dejected. Even with 2 substitutes on the Royal Fight team, they still eliminated the Blue Tyrant team with 0 losses. Such an exaggerated elimination ratio is enough to prove that the Blue Tyrant team was completely crushed in this match. Lu Erlong harbored resentment, but as the loser, she dared not vent it, lest she be accused of being a sore loser and affect the Academy's enrollment situation for the following year. Royal Fighting Team's rest area. Douluo Yan and Yi Lingling were filled with excitement. As substitutes, both players only had one chance to play, but they both played crucial roles in this match. Douluo Yan's poison broke through the most troublesome ivy. Yi Lingling's healing soul skill provided continuous healing for the team, so that no one in the team was injured after the competition. Well done, keep up the good work. Qin Yuanlang laughed, not hesitating to praise him. The first match was a resounding victory, a great start. In the following matches, everyone was full of confidence, believing their chances of winning would only increase. As long as they didn't run into the Spirit Hall team beforehand, the mission entrusted to them by Meng Xunji would be considered complete. If Lei Meng can break through his swordsmanship level in the competition, Qin Yuan might be able to get the mission reward after the Soul Master competition ends. That's a 100,000-year soul ring. How could anyone not be tempted? How could anyone not feel anxious? He and the members of the Royal Fighting Team each got what they wanted, and everyone has a bright future. In the audience seats, Juliana and her 2 companions were seated in the front row, where they could see everything that happened on the field. The Royal Fighting Team is quite strong. Their captain is a level 47 Soul Master. If it weren't for the fact that my Spirit Hall team has a Soul King, the outcome of this competition would be hard to predict. The 3 of them were talking quietly, so that no one could hear them. Xie Yu said seriously, if there are no problems with the draw, the Royal Fighting Team should at least make it into the top 3. Besides, don't you guys think that Lei Meng's swordsmanship is very sharp, not like someone his age should have? Xie Yu's martial soul is the Moon Blade, which is essentially a type of blade martial soul. Unfortunately, he was too young and made no progress in cultivating the essence of swordsmanship. It's not that he lacks talent. On the one hand, he lacks relevant teachers, and on the other hand, he needs time to accumulate experience. Lei Meng's swordsmanship was exquisite and sharp. His strikes were fluid and decisive, never hesitant. Logically, this shouldn't be something someone his age could achieve. If this is the result of Teacher Qin's training, then I think Teacher Qin is the mentor His Holiness the Pope was referring to. Xie Yu still held this view. Yan retorted again, come on. According to the information, Lei Meng comes from a ducal family. With such an illustrious background, his family must have hired a famous teacher for him, and he may have started training in swordsmanship from a young age. It would be difficult for someone who is not of the same kind, to understand Xie Yu's feelings at this moment. He did not agree with Yan's explanation, but did not argue further. Tomorrow's royal fighting team's opponent is a team from the Luo Empire. In Qin Yuan's opinion, this team is not much stronger than the Blue Tyrant team. If they were to fight the Blue Tyrant team, their strength would be roughly equal. After all, things are different now than they will be 10,000 years from now. Most Soul Masters will only reach the Soul Sect or Soul Venerable level by their early 20s. Even in the next tournament, not all teams will be strong. Teams like Kamikaze and Blazing Fire are just teams whose captains are more skilled and deserve to be remembered. Even among the Shrek Academy team at that time, Qin Yuan was honest and said that apart from Tang San, the performance of the others was just so-so, and even far inferior to Feng Xiaotian and others. Of course, he views the issue from the perspective of a mature Soul Master, so his vision is more advanced. In his view, the Soul Master competition was just a small-scale event. If the contestants were truly put into a life-or-death battleground, very few would come out alive. Night. According to the regulations of the Heavenly Dou Empire, the logistics department will provide some extra food allowances to the members of the participating teams. This subsidy is only available to participants. Once eliminated, it is no longer available. In the cultivation of Soul Masters, dietary supplements are very important. Eating well gives you the energy to compete and achieve better results. However, Qin Yuan intercepted the late-night snack the moment it was delivered to the door. He accepted the late-night snack without batting an eye, and asked with a smile, "Teacher Zhang, it's so late, was something delayed?" Teacher Zhang wiped the soot off his nose and said awkwardly, "I don't know why, but I was a little sleepy today. After delivering the other team's late-night snacks, I actually fell asleep and burned one of them. This is a remake, please don't mind, Teacher Qin." Chapter 44: A Flawless Plan. Qin Yuan is not only the leader of the royal fighting team, but also the leader of the entire convoy. He wielded considerable influence within the team. Teacher Zhang understood that mistakes at work were not a major issue, the solution depended entirely on Qin Yuan's word. At that moment, he was both expressing his apologies and trying to please the other party. Qin Yuan didn't mean to blame her. Instead, he asked, "Teacher Zhang, would you like me to get a medical checkup? As you get older, you're bound to have some health problems. It's better to find some illnesses early to avoid them becoming chronic. Don't let my age fool you. I feel my physical condition is deteriorating day by day, and I don't have the same drive I had when I was young." Teacher Zhang chimed in with a couple of words and then asked the other person to check it. After all, Qin Yuan was able to detoxify Du Guyan, so judging from his symptoms, it would be a piece of cake for him. Qin Yuan was an expert in toxicology, and he knew that medicine and poison were inseparable. If Teacher Yang's drowsiness was caused by poisoning, he could detect it. However, after taking his pulse, he found nothing wrong with Teacher Yang's health, except that her heart was beating a little fast. There are many reasons for a rapid heartbeat, which cannot be determined directly, but it certainly does not cause drowsiness. But he noticed that there were some powders on the late-night snack that didn't belong to food or seasonings, indicating that someone had clearly drugged it. Whether it is poison or not can only be determined after testing. Teacher Zhang is perfectly healthy, he must be lying. But he's worked at the Heavenly Dou Royal Academy for over 20 years, it's unlikely he would harm his own students. It wasn't poison, the cause couldn't be found, and yet Teacher Zhang was able to cover it up. The person who administered the drug was truly cunning. After a pause, Qin Yuan smiled and said, "Teacher Zhang seems to have a lot of energy. I remember Teacher Li is Teacher Yang's wife, and she also went with the team. Hehe, take care of yourself." When her intentions were exposed, Teacher Zhang blushed and waved her hands repeatedly, saying, No, we were just doing it for work." Qin Yuan didn't press the matter. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he let him leave. "Teacher Qin, the midnight snack is finally here." Lei Meng rubbed his stomach, too hungry to sleep. Smelling the aroma of food, the other team members gradually finished their training and came to replenish their energy. Qin Yuan didn't put down the food. He walked to the window and drew the curtains, then whispered, "Someone has poisoned it. We can't eat it." "What?" Du Guyan covered her mouth in surprise and brought the food closer to smell it. Qin Yuan continued, "I'm still not sure what kind of poison it is. To make sure you eat the food, the person who poisoned it must be nearby. I'll go look for it. Don't touch the food. Pretend to eat and buy me some time. This is Wuhan City. Poisoning and murdering a contestant will surely lead to a thorough investigation by the Wuhan Hall. Anyone behind this wouldn't do something like this unless they're completely insane. In addition, highly poisonous substances have a smell, and Qin Yuan had received a reward from the system, so he could recognize them quickly. Although he couldn't test the properties of the powder, he figured it wasn't highly toxic and wouldn't kill anyone if ingested. However, whether he could be in good form for tomorrow's match was uncertain. Therefore, his first suspect was tomorrow's opponent, the Gutang Academy team. Their opponents, having won 2 matches in the finals by luck, naturally assumed that Lady Luck would continue to favor them and wanted to win another game. However, the difference in strength between the two sides was too great, and they could not win by conventional means. Thus, resorting to underhanded tactics became their preferred option. Qin Yuan couldn't think of any other possibility. After all, they first used aphrodisiacs to send Teacher Zhang away, and even made Teacher Zhang afraid to speak out easily. This group of people had good intentions. If they had just used a bunch of weak and harmless poisons, there would have been no need to do this. Moreover, the royal fighting team has not offended anyone in Wuhan City and has no direct conflict of interest, so why would they create trouble for themselves? After giving his instructions, Qin Yuan quietly left the room. As for Lei Meng and the others, they awkwardly pretended to be sitting on the sofa, acting out a scene of eating and drinking to thin air. Fortunately, there were no outsiders around them, otherwise, they might have been convinced that they were possessed. The hotel where the Heaven Do Empire's players were staying was located on a relatively quiet street. There are many hotels on this street, and in order to get closer to the contestants, the ordinary hotels across the street have already been rented out. Those who administer poison usually wait until the object has ingested the poison before leaving. Otherwise, how would they know if the poison had worked, and how would they report back? Therefore, the best place to observe the daily routine of the royal fighting team is the budget hotel across the street. Qin Yuan left through the back door of the hotel, entered an alley, changed into night clothes to ensure he wouldn't be discovered while moving in the dark. Immediately afterwards, he used his agility to hang on the wall of the hotel across the street and eavesdrop on the sounds inside the rooms. Soon, he found himself under the windowsill of a room where the lights were off. Although the lights were off, people were living in the room, and they were currently huddled on the balcony, watching what was happening across the way. Judging from the voices, there were 2 people. Old Wang, do you think the organizing committee will find out if we do this? We're all teachers at Gutang College. If we get caught, we might not be able to explain ourselves. The teacher surnamed Wang gave a cold laugh. The deed is done, what's the point of saying all this? They didn't completely close the curtains, and judging from their movements, they had already eaten their midnight snack. We at Gutang College are lucky to have made it to the finals, but it seems like even God is on our side. We are just a small academy. If we can achieve a top 6 finish or even better in this competition, the academy will definitely receive investment from the empire and then expand its enrollment. Old Huang, you and I are both pillars of the academy. When the academy expands into a behemoth, we will naturally benefit. Moreover, we are also the team leaders for this year's competition. If we do a good job, we will receive a substantial reward when we return. Initially, the 2 had no ulterior motives. In the draw for the first and second rounds of the finals, he drew favorable opponents, both of whom were the weakest teams in the same period. However, as the number of victories increased, the strength of their opponents grew stronger. In particular, today's overwhelming victory of the royal fighting team against the blue tyrant team immediately put them on high alert. Who wouldn't want to be one of the lucky ones favored by God? Since we've used up all our luck, why can't we extend it through human intervention? The 2 of them were teachers after all, and they were well versed in some ancient books about the history of Douluo continent, so they came up with such a perfect plan. Anyway, they didn't use poison. Even if they were caught, they would deny it to the death. Not only the Heaven Do Empire, but even the Spirit Hall couldn't do anything to them. Unfortunately, their opponent was Qin Yuan, who had lived 2 lives. In terms of experience alone, how many people in the Douluo continent could compare to him? Do you really think this little trick is foolproof? Chapter 45 The Fiery Blade displays its power. He's a disgrace to the college and a disgrace to all teachers. Qin Yuan sneered inwardly. If the perpetrators are caught red-handed, Gutang College will be ruined, and there is a high chance that all its results in this competition will be cancelled. For a high-level Soul Master Academy in its early stages, having these two useless teachers is truly their misfortune. Of course, Qin Yuan wouldn't hold back. If he hadn't been careful, this misfortune would have belonged to the royal fighting team when the competition started tomorrow. He continued to hang under the balcony, listening to the two men's conversation in order to find more details and a complete chain of evidence. In any other city, he would have already committed murder. But this is the sacred ground of the Soul Master world, and as a member of the Soul Master community, he knows he can't act recklessly. Especially during the Soul Master competition, any casualties would inevitably affect the entire participating teams of the Heaven Do Empire. Seeing that the lights in the royal fighting team's room were off, and combining this with what they had seen earlier, Wang and Huang were certain that the royal fighting team had already eaten. Next, we just have to wait for the medicine to take effect. While drugging opponents is a despicable tactic, it's worth it if it helps the team win tomorrow's match. Besides, what difference does it make if they can't be traced back to them? To avoid being noticed by the organizing committee's inspectors, the two immediately packed their gear and quickly returned to the hotel where the team was staying. Qin Yuan followed closely behind the other party, using the snow treading without a trace technique. His figure was as light as a feather in the wind, and he followed the other party on the quiet street without being discovered at all. To prevent the academy teams of the two great empires from fighting each other in private, the Spirit Hall placed them on two different streets, several kilometers apart. The two teachers from the Gutang team were not familiar with the layout of Wuhan City, especially in the dead of night when the streetlights were gradually going out, and the two inevitably wandered into a side road. Suddenly, a gust of evening wind blew by, and the two unconsciously raised their heads, their eyes becoming much more serious. There was a person in the alley ahead, wearing a straw hat and a dark gray night outfit, who didn't stand out. The opponent's aura was powerful, simply standing there exerted immense pressure. It was no accident that they were blocked from leaving at this moment. The teacher surnamed Huang stepped forward and cupped his hands in greeting. "Who are you?" "This is Wuhan City. If there's nothing else, we'll take our leave." A deep voice came from beneath the straw hat. "You can't escape." Qin Yuan pulled down his bamboo hat, concealing his face, and the flaming battle blade appeared in his hand. A spark illuminated the dark alleyway, and in the next instant, flames engulfed the blade. A breeze blew by, and a wave of scorching heat brushed against their cheeks, causing them to feel a burning pain. The flames illuminated the alleyway, reflecting the silhouette of a Ronin. This was Qin Yuan's disguise. He had worn this disguise in front of Bibidong and Ghost Douluo. If they noticed his attire, they would likely be able to make the connection and avoid misjudging him. His movements were extremely light, and the spies that the Spirit Hall had placed around him had long been shaken off. So strong. Huang and Wang exchanged a glance and simultaneously activated their martial spirits. If they had nothing to hide, they could have simply used their soul skills to create a commotion in the street and attract the city guards. However, they drugged the royal fighting team and then reappeared in this neighborhood. If they are caught, it will be difficult to explain. The two men's expressions darkened, as if they understood why the other had appeared there. "We absolutely cannot get caught." These two possessed the strength of Soul Kings, but in front of Qin Yuan, they seemed to have lost all their abilities, daring not to make any move, fearing that their lives would be in danger at any moment. The sword scraped against the blue bricks on the ground, making soft sounds. Under the scorching heat, the blue bricks seemed to melt, leaving a fiery sword mark on the ground. In their eyes, Qin Yuan seemed like a vengeful demon from hell. The faint aura of his killing god domain extinguished any thought of resistance in them. It wasn't until Qin Yuan brought his sword down that the two belatedly realized what was happening and began to use their martial spirits to defend themselves. The two possessed martial souls of a giant bear and a demonic wolf, respectively. The giant bear soul master endured the heat from his battle blade and desperately tried to restrain him. The demon wolf soul master attacked from the flank, aiming straight for Qin Yuan's vital point. Neither side dared to use any soul skills. But don't forget, Qin Yuan's superb swordsmanship was no joke. He didn't even bother to pull back his battle blade forcefully. With a slight exertion, the flames on the blade condensed into blade energy, forcing the giant bear soul master to retreat repeatedly with overwhelming force. The blade's energy sliced through the night sky, and although it was expected to land on a nearby residential building, it vanished into thin air midway through its flight. The demon wolf soul master had already reached them, his right hand transforming into a sharp claw as he unleashed a black tiger heart-piercing strike. Qin Yuan moved with agility, and a gust of evening breeze blew by, blowing his body away and easily avoiding the fatal blow. Qin Yuan held the knife in reverse, the blade lightly grazing his arm, and then slashed down with the momentum. 2. The horrified gaze of the demon wolf soul master, the blazing battle blade slashed down at an incredible angle with incredible speed, severing one of his arms. The stinging pain from the severed arm temporarily rendered him powerless. Qin Yuan kicked him away and then lunged forward. The sword left a fiery red mark in the pitch-black night. He gripped the hilt with both hands and raised the sword above his head. Flames blazed fiercely on the blade, resembling a red sun. The sword grew enormous, as if it had entered its true form as a martial spirit, almost filling the entire alleyway. With a powerful slash, the giant bear soul master had no power to resist and was easily severely injured by the blade's energy. Qin Yuan sheathed his knife and stood up. A straight, flaming knife mark remained on the blue bricks paving the alley, lingering for a long time. Qin Yuan grabbed one person by the collar with one hand, intending to hand them over to the organizing committee for processing. As soon as he stepped out of the alley, the guards of Wuhan City quickly surrounded him. Even without using his soul skills, the commotion he made was still terrifying, standing out starkly in the quiet night. The city guards did not make any rash moves, gripping their spears and watching Qin Yuan and the two men he was carrying nervously. The two soul masters, Giant Bear and Demon Wolf, seemed to have grasped at a straw and hurriedly said, "Help me. We are the teachers of the ancient pawn team, and we have been attacked by these thugs." A middle-aged man stepped out from the city guards, nodded slightly to Qin Yuan, and then ordered his men to take the two men down. Finally, he responded to Qin Yuan, "We will give Mr. Qin a satisfactory answer." After saying this, the city guards withdrew. Qin Yuan was very puzzled. Logically speaking, he had already shaken off his spies, and with his current disguise, no one except Bibidong and Ghost Douluo should recognize him. He made his move inside the city, yet the city guards were so accommodating. Or did Bibidong give him special treatment? He was very puzzled, but soon his doubts were resolved. "So it's your Majesty Ghost Douluo here. It's been a long time." Qin Yuan cupped his hands in greeting, dropping his pretense, his face remaining calm and composed. Chapter 46. A scoundrel has emerged among us. In the darkness, Ghost Douluo's figure was difficult to spot, like a ghost. Just now, he deliberately stood in the moonlight so that Qin Yuan could see his figure clearly. With a flash, he transformed into a black shadow, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan was a talent that Bibidong had her eye on. In addition, given the talent and strength that Qin Yuan had shown, Ghost Douluo respected him greatly and did not put on airs as a title Douluo. Mr. Qin is truly someone who doesn't like to suffer losses. Those two put laxatives in the royal fighting team's late-night snack. The evidence is conclusive. How do you intend to deal with them? Qin Yuan chuckled and said, "Your Excellency Ghost Douluo doesn't need to ask me about such matters. Just handle official business as it is. Since I have been entrusted by the Heaven Do Royal Academy, I will naturally take good care of everyone in the royal fighting team. Whoever tries to trip me up during the mission is my enemy." Ghost Douluo didn't say much, just nodded slightly. He paused for a moment, then continued, "So, after the Soul Master competition ends, will Mr. Qin have any free time? His Holiness the Pope has entrusted you with an important matter, you must not refuse." Just now, Ghost Douluo followed Qin Yuan the whole time. To be honest, he was pleasantly surprised by Qin Yuan's agility. It should be noted that Qin Yuan was only a peak soul emperor, yet with the aid of his movement technique, he managed to escape Ghost Douluo's sight several times in the complex street situation. He's a title Douluo, after all. To be able to escape his sight, his movement skills are not to be underestimated. Qin Yuan casually replied, "I've said before that as long as the price is right and I don't have any other requests, I won't refuse. If your Majesty has no further instructions, I will return. After the Soul Master competition concludes, I will carefully consider your Majesty's request." Ghost Douluo did not force him to stay. Today, He was on Bibi Dong's orders to express his intention to entrust Qin Yuan with a task, but he just happened to witness the two teachers drugging teacher Zhang. To give Qin Yuan face, he had been secretly observing him, but he didn't expect Qin Yuan to be so vigilant and find evidence in no time. The competition proceeded as scheduled the following day. As soon as Qin Yuan and his royal fighting team took their seats, the referee informed him of the punishment for the ancient pawn team. The two teachers initially remained defiant, but when Ghost Douluo produced corresponding evidence and a recording soul tool, they realized they could not deny it and confessed to drugging the students. With the teams arriving one after another, today's competition officially began. However, before the first match began, the referee announced the organizing committee's penalty decision. An investigation revealed that Huang and Wang from the Gutang Academy team drugged their teacher, Zhang, from the Wangdu team at 7 p.m. yesterday, preventing him from paying attention to the preparation of the late-night snack, and then secretly added a large amount of laxative to it. According to their statements, the Soul Master competition has always adhered to the principles of fairness and impartiality. The team leader of the Gutang Academy team resorted to any means to win the competition, which is extremely malicious. The organizing committee has decided to disqualify them from the competition and nullify all their results from this competition. Today, the match between the Royal Fighting Team and the Ancient Pawn Team will proceed as scheduled. With all their opponents eliminated, the competition proceeded as scheduled, effectively handing the victory to the Royal Fighting Team and propelling them into the top 6. Although the organizing committee did not permanently ban Gutang Academy from the competition, given the high profile of the Soul Master tournament, any academy team that dares to engage in underhanded tactics and is publicly punished would be committing a serious breach of trust. Even the most established colleges, once affected by negative public opinion, will inevitably see their enrollment suffer, ultimately leading to bankruptcy. Gutang College, established only in the last 2 years, is too small to withstand such a punishment. If they don't act recklessly, even if they lose to the Royal Fighting Team, their record will still be quite good. After the tournament ends, based on the academy's potential, the Douluo royal family will invest a lot in them. Unfortunately, all of this came to naught when the punishment results were announced. The teachers and students of Gutang College wished they could skin teachers Huang and Wang alive. As soon as the punishment decision was announced, all the teams on the Tiando Empire side turned their attention to the Xingluo Empire side. It's as if to say, the people of the Douluo Empire only know how to use despicable means. Damn it, there's a scoundrel among us. What a load of crap, Gutang Academy. I'll raze it to the ground when I get back. The leader of the Douluo Empire was very dissatisfied. One bad apple spoils the whole bunch, turning the entire empire's team into a laughingstock. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call the ancient Tang Academy to a pulp. In today's match, the Douluo Empire team's performance was inevitably affected. Ultimately, 3 teams from the Heaven Do Empire advanced to the top 6. Apart from the Spirit Hall team, the Douluo team, which was slightly stronger overall, only had 2 teams enter the finals, which was truly surprising. The players were under a lot of pressure in the subsequent matches, so the schedule was no longer tight, and the organizers gave each team member some rest time. Today's matches have concluded, and there are still 3 days until the round of 6-3 begins, giving each team ample time to prepare. Of course, there was no draw ceremony before the competition. The draw would only begin after the competition started. The 6 teams are unsure of their opponents, and these 3 days will be a test of each team's strength and pre-match tactical preparation. The Royal Fighting Team has a think tank of more than 10 people behind them, so Qin Yuan doesn't need to worry too much about tactical arrangements. The following morning, at Bibi Dong's invitation, Qin Yuan went to the Spirit Hall Academy team. Bibi Dong's next request was, unsurprisingly, for him to teach Juliana and the other 2 movement techniques. Therefore, taking advantage of the break in the competition, the Spirit Hall processed Qin Yuan's teacher status at the Spirit Hall Academy in advance. The person who led him on the tour of the academy was Tian Chen, the dean of the Spirit Hall Academy. Qin Yuan has extremely high attainments in the theory of soul masters, and in just over 2 months, he transformed the loose royal fighting team into a top-tier team. Such abilities are highly sought after in academia. Although Tianchen was a renowned master in the theoretical field, he couldn't help but feel protective of such an outstanding junior. In terms of Qin Yuan's treatment, Tianqian directly offered him the treatment of a theoretical grandmaster at the soul saint level. Don't underestimate the difference of just one level. The theoretical information and cultivation resources that one can actually access are worlds apart. Of course, the issue of treatment has little to do with Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong may be kind to her subordinates, but she is inherently harsh and ungrateful, and will not give out high rewards for no reason. Getting something out of her is not an easy task. With the exceptional treatment he received at the Spirit Hall Academy, Qin Yuan would have access to even more resources, which would greatly benefit his future. Cultivation. Of course, Qin Yuan did not intend to have a long-term development in the field of soul master theory. He only paused in the theoretical field briefly because he was about to accept a mission. He certainly wouldn't miss the chance to learn something new. With a solid theoretical foundation, you will be able to find corresponding solutions to any problems you encounter in your cultivation in the future. On the mainland, there are currently no titled Douluos with sword-type martial souls. For his future cultivation, Qin Yuan has no experience to draw upon and can only rely on himself. Bibi Dong's request was exactly what he wanted. Juliana and the other two learned movement techniques, and he obtained more cultivation information on sword-type martial spirits from the Spirit Hall's database. Everyone has a bright future ahead of them. Chapter 47A Negative Example, Feng Shaotian. Spirit Hall Academy. Tianqian introduced Qin Yuan to many aspects of the academy, and Qin Yuan's status as a teacher was quickly arranged. Once the Soul Master competition is over, Qin Yuan can just come and report for duty. If Teacher Qin needs anything else, the academy will try its best to meet it. Tianqian has always valued talent, especially talent in the field of Soul Master theory. If Qin Yuan is willing, he could even groom him as his successor. I will never forget Dean Tianqian's kindness. I am not currently residing at the academy, so if I need anything, I will have to apply to the academy in the future. I hope the dean will not refuse. Tianqian patted him on the shoulder, his smile undisguised. Not at all. It's our honor that Teacher Qin is willing to come to the Spirit Hall Academy. Oh, by the way, Teacher Qin, should we make some contact with Juliana and the other two beforehand? Juliana is His Holiness the Pope's disciple, and the chrysanthemum ghost Douluo in the palace takes good care of the other two. Perhaps it won't be long before the two elders take over as disciples. Qin Yuan wasn't in a hurry. He had a godlike perspective and knew the personalities of Juliana and the other two women perfectly. Furthermore, all three of them were arrogant and even more difficult to tame than Lei Meng. If he contacts them in advance and gives the three of them time to prepare, how will he control them? It would be better to give them a surprise. Who knows, we might even find something on one of them and give him a hard time. After that, they can be tamed and made obedient. Qin Yuan didn't necessarily have to do this, but doing so would make his progress in subsequent training faster. He couldn't afford to delay for too long on a mission. If Juliana and the other two couldn't graduate, would he have to stay in the Spirit Hall for the rest of his life? I still prefer uncertainty. Once I've been exposed to them beforehand, the novelty wears off. Tianqian's eyes lit up. It seems that Teacher Qin really likes challenging work. When I was young, I had the same idea as you. It's just a pity that now that I'm older, I don't have the same drive as you young people. Teacher Qin, those three will be pillars of the Spirit Hall in the future, so you must take good care of them. As he spoke, he suddenly smiled and said, of course, if Teacher Qin is willing to join the Spirit Hall, his treatment will definitely be better than it is now, and he will also be a pillar of the hall in the future. After entering the Spirit Hall Academy, attempts to win over Qin Yuan were everywhere. But Qin Yuan remained unmoved. He neither refused nor agreed. Not wanting to offend anyone unnecessarily, he gave an ambiguous answer, my businesses are in Heaven Do City. We'll see how things go. If they can be moved to the Spirit Hall, I'll seriously consider it. The main purpose of this trip to the Spirit Hall Academy was to familiarize myself with the Academy's environment and understand the future teaching situation. Bibi Dong is a shrewd person and would not spend a great deal of money to support a pretty face. In addition to teaching the designated courses to Juliana and the other two, Qin Yuan will also be the head teacher of the elite class and a teacher of the Academy's combat course after he officially arrives at the Academy. In the future, he will probably only have work and cultivation to do, and he will have almost no free time. Qin Yuan was never one to sit still, and he didn't want to just laze around in the academy all day. Furthermore, the more tasks you complete, the more opportunities you will have to take on future commission tasks, and the richer the rewards you will receive. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the competition was fast approaching. Before the competition, the team leaders of the 6 teams went up to the stage to draw lots for the competition. Qin Yuan's identity has been officially transferred to the Spirit Hall Academy. Qin Yuan had informed Lei Zhen about this matter. Before departing for Wuhan City, Qin Yuan had already informed the royal family that he would be staying in Wuhan City for some time. Moreover, his position at the Heaven Do Royal Academy was a commission in itself. Apart from the commission fee, he did not receive any additional compensation, so the royal family naturally could not interfere with his decision to stay or leave. During the draw, the team leader of the Spirit Hall Academy team was very enthusiastic towards him, and even gave Qin Yuan the opportunity to draw first. Why not take advantage of a freebie? Qin Yuan was the first to draw a lot. He drew the third draw, which means that in the round of 6, the royal fighting team will be in the third match, and their opponent will be the team that also drew the third draw. For the royal fighting team, as long as they don't encounter the Spirit Hall team, they can basically reliably achieve a top 3 finish. Thus, Qin Yuan could be considered to have completed his mission. He couldn't help but feel a little nervous when the team leader of the Spirit Hall team was drawing lots. As the other team showed their drawn number, Qin Yuan breathed a slight sigh of relief. At least they wouldn't run into the Spirit Hall Academy team in this round of matches. He just didn't know which team would be unlucky. The draw results were quickly announced. The first match would be between the Spirit Hall team and the Thunder Academy team. Next up is the Douluo Royal Academy team versus the Ao Academy team, finally, the Royal Fighting team versus the Divine Wind team. The last 2 matches are essentially internal battles between the 2 major empires. This schedule ensures that at least one team from each of the 2 empires will advance to the finals. In the Royal Fighting team's rest area, Qin Yuan immediately took out the information. On the Divine Wind Academy team, their match is the 3rd game, so they have enough time to refine their previously planned tactics. Shenfang Academy is very strong. As a veteran academy, they only made it to the top 6 in the last competition. This year, their lineup is even stronger, and they will definitely be a tough opponent. Qin Yuan briefly explained the information about Shenfang Academy. Next, he shared his opinion. In my opinion, our strength is only about the same as that of the Kamikaze team, and the outcome depends entirely on our performance. Having been tested in the previous matches, the Royal Fighting team has already gained confidence. Lei Meng lightly pounded his chest and laughed heartily, saying, "Don't worry, teacher, we're sure to win this match." His superb swordsmanship is enough to keep him undefeated in battles at the Soul Master level. However, this year's Kamikaze Academy is very special. Not only are there Soul Masters like Zhao Xiao at level 46, but also geniuses like Feng Xiaodian with innate full soul power. The original timeline did not specify when Feng Xiaodian completed the training of his self-created soul skill. Even if he couldn't achieve the 36 consecutive strikes at this moment, the combined offensive power was enough for Feng Xiaodian to challenge any soul master beyond his level. Lei Meng's swordsmanship was indeed good, but he was the only one in the team who could withstand the pressure from the front line. The performance of the other teammates was quite average. Speaking of Feng Xiaodian, he has been used as a negative example by countless people. A genius with innate full soul power, instead of focusing on rapidly improving his strength during his golden period of cultivation, pursued the elusive self-created soul skills, resulting in a serious decline in his cultivation level. Lei Meng was puzzled and asked in return, "Teacher, what's so great about Feng Xiaodian? Isn't he just an incompetent? Good for nothing? High innate soul power does not necessarily mean great strength." Chapter 48 On the Spot Breakthrough. Rumor has it that Feng Xiaodian is indeed incompetent. As a genius with innate full soul power, he only has a cultivation level of 30-something at the age of 19, which is really too pathetic. But the rumors didn't say that Feng Xiaodian was a weakling. Geniuses of this caliber voluntarily give up cultivation and instead pursue creating their own soul skills. Over the years, they must have some extraordinary trump cards. Don't be careless. He's on the list of participants, which means Kamikaze Academy is extremely confident in his abilities. Lei Meng composed himself and agreed seriously. He hadn't known Qin Yuan for long, but the latter never joked at crucial moments. There must be a reason for that. The first match came quickly. The Thunder team, along with the Divine Wind, Royal Fighting, and Star Luo Royal teams, are roughly equal in strength. Whether you can get into the top 3 depends most importantly on luck. However, judging from the current situation, the Thunder team's luck is absolutely terrible. The Spirit Hall team has 1 Soul King, and the strength of the others is between level 44 and 46, all of whom are above the Soul Master level. Like the other 3 teams, Thunder Academy has all Soul Masters except for the support-type Soul Masters. However, compared to the Spirit Hall Academy team, the gap is not small. This year's Thunder Academy team didn't have Yu Tianxin, nor did Qin Yuan know anyone else. This team is destined to be eliminated, so Qin Yuan won't pay them too much attention. In the blink of an eye, 2 matches of the top 6 to top 3 competition have already concluded. The teams that have already secured their spots in the next round are the Spirit Hall Academy team and the Star Luo Royal Academy team. Whether the Royal Fighting team can advance to the finals depends on their performance in this match. Before the match, Qin Yuan replaced the team's support-type Soul Master with Yi Lingling. The original support-type Soul Masters were countered by the Kamikaze team, and forcing them into the field would only make them a weak point. Just before going on stage, Yi Lingling looked nervous. "Teacher Qin, am I really okay?" Qin Yuan grabbed her hand and encouraged her, "Believe in yourself. Your healing abilities are enough to help the team achieve victory." Yi Lingling had little experience in major competitions, and coupled with her experiences at the Junior Soul Master Academy, she was very introverted. In such a high-pressure competition, it's inevitable to doubt whether you'll become a burden to the team. With Qin Yuan and her teammates encouraging her, Yi Lingling rallied, her gaze fixed firmly on the ring. "I will definitely do my best." Both teams entered the arena through the player entrances on either side. The players from both sides already knew each other. After they came on the field, Zhao Xiao couldn't help but ask, "Oh, Lei Meng, in such an important match, your Royal Fighting team dares to field a substitute player." No matter how many soul rings Yi Lingling possesses, she only has 1 soul skill, healing. The support-type Soul Master was previously countered by the Kamikaze team, and the Kamikaze team's pre-match tactics were mostly aimed at that support-type Soul Master. Yi Lingling's entry into the game at this moment has indeed disrupted their plans. Of course, they have plenty of backup tactics and will not be put into a passive position because of this. Lei Meng snorted lightly, having no obligation to answer the other party's questions. Regardless of who plays, this match will be a true test of skill. Zhao Xiao shrugged, then retreated back into the group and gave a few instructions to Feng Xiaotian behind him. The audience was not kept waiting long, and the match began soon. Kamikaze, a team known for its extreme style of play, has 7 members with complementary attributes, which often allows them to take the initiative in the early stages of team battles. After all, their moves are limited, and if they cannot gain an advantage on the field, a balanced team like Royal Fighting Team can easily defeat them. The Royal Fighting Team adopted a defensive formation, leaving only Lei Meng to guard the front of the team, intending to give up the opportunity to take the initiative. Rest area. Watching the changing situation on the stage, Teacher Zhang couldn't help but ask, "Teacher Qin, do you think our Royal Fighting Team has any hope of winning this match?" After all, he wasn't a frontline teacher, and his analysis of team battle situations was far inferior to that of other teachers, let alone Qin Yuan, who had extensive practical experience. Qin Yuan was not a Taoist priest and did not have the ability to calculate fortunes. He has done what he needed to do, now it's up to Lei Meng and the others to perform. From an outsider's perspective, it's easy to find the Kamikaze team's weaknesses. Those involved are often blinded by their own interests. Let's just hope that Lei Meng can find the breakthrough and start the game before Zhao Xiao does. There are quite a few people paying attention to this match, and the 2 teams that have already advanced are eager to know who their opponents will be in the finals. For them, the Royal Fighting Team, with its more balanced roster, is an opponent they do not want to face. Furthermore, the Star Luo Royal Academy even prepared a trump card tactic specifically for the Divine Wind Academy team. Lei Meng, true to his name, is a fierce attacker. On the stage, he even single-handedly withstood attacks from both Feng Xiaotian and Zhao Xiao from both sides. His eyes were sharp, his swordsmanship was incisive, and with just a thunderblade, he withstood immense pressure from the front line for his team. Feng Xiaotian and his companion excelled in speed, and Lei Meng, wanting to stabilize the situation, inevitably had to increase the speed of his sword swings. It's important to understand that he hadn't even formally begun practicing the illusory and real sword technique. In the high-intensity, high-frequency combat, his wrist endured immense pressure. A dislocation would instantly shatter the balance of the battle. At that time, the royal fighting team will surely suffer a crushing defeat. I can't fall. Lei Meng gritted his teeth, enduring the stinging pain in his wrist. The lightning blade moved rapidly, combining feints and real attacks, keeping the opponent completely on their toes. The initial stage of mastering the art of feinting and real swordsmanship is merely about mastering the techniques. Further progress requires a certain level of artistic conception. For example, a solid strike that was originally intended to be delivered might be deflected during the swing due to changes in the battlefield situation, turning into a feint. In Qin Yuan's view, Lei Meng hadn't even mastered the basics of swordsmanship, yet he had reached the level of mastery. In layman's terms, this is like someone who can already run unsteadily before they've even learned to walk. Qin Yuan stopped explaining the battle situation to teacher Zhang and instead stared intently at the arena. Adversity often brings out the potential of a soul master. If Lei Meng's swordsmanship can undergo a transformation today, and the royal fighting team wins the match, Qin Yuan's mission will be completed. On the arena, Zhao Xiao's expression was somewhat grim. Between battles, he communicated with Feng Xiaotian, saying, his swordsmanship has improved far more than it did a few months ago. Xiaotian, can you hold him off? I'll try to deal with the others first. Lei Meng's skill in swordsmanship is unlike that of his peers. Could the rumors be true? Qin Yuan is not only skilled in self-cultivation, but also in teaching and nurturing students. If Lei Meng's progress is truly related to Qin Yuan, then Qin Yuan is terrifying. There are many talented soul masters on the mainland, but most of them are exceptionally skilled on their own, and their success model cannot be applied to others. Qin Yuan is not only skilled himself, but his disciples are also quite good. Compared to those with formidable individual strength, a powerful figure like Qin Yuan, who possesses both personal strength and the ability to train outstanding disciples, is bound to be a coveted object for various factions. Chapter 49. A thunderclap as the knife falls. First Ning Rongrong, then Lei Meng. Teacher Qin, you've really given me one big surprise after another. Dean Tianqian murmured to himself in the crowd of spectators. He hadn't originally planned to get involved in the Soul Master competition. He personally trained the Spirit Hall Academy team, and their strength far surpasses that of other teams. Now that we know the result, does the process still matter? Tianqian appeared as an audience member today because he learned that Lei Meng was Qin Yuan's disciple. Of course, this information was deliberately spread by Duke Lei Zhen. Firstly, to demonstrate Qin Yuan's extraordinary abilities to the outside world. Secondly, to leverage Qin Yuan's current reputation to build momentum for his own son. A strong leader who excels at cultivating talent has immeasurable strategic value. The Spirit Hall Academy recruits countless genius spirit masters every year. If these spirit masters can be transformed into powerful individuals, the benefits will be unimaginable. At first, Tianqian was unwilling to believe it. No matter how skilled Qin Yuan is, he only taught Lei Meng for a little over 2 months, which is too short a time to see any significant changes. However, Lei Meng's performance was beyond his expectations. It would be impossible for a 23-year-old soul master to wield such excellent swordsmanship without a renowned teacher. According to the intelligence obtained by the Spirit Hall, Lei Meng's swordsmanship is basically the same as Qin Yuan's swordsmanship described in the intelligence. If they weren't from the same lineage, what a coincidence. Feng Xiaotian also noticed Lei Meng's extraordinary abilities and frowned. If I use my trump card, I might be able to put up a fight, but it probably won't last long. His foundation is too solid. If they continued to wear down Lei Meng, they had no chance of winning. Their strategy of trading injuries for injuries also became ineffective with Yi Lingling on the field. Zhao Xiao didn't have time to think about anything else and hurriedly said, "Okay, I'll try to be as fast as I can." The two worked together seamlessly. As Zhao Xiao withdrew, Feng Xiaotian immediately stepped in. Facing Lei Meng and with a huge gap in their soul power levels, Feng Xiaotian dared not hold back in the slightest. A pair of swift wings sprouted from his back, and sharp wolf claws shot out from between his hands. The Gale twin-headed wolf martial soul let out a long howl, and in the next instant, its figure appeared in front of Lei Meng like a ghost, its claws attacking swiftly and fiercely. With each strike, the offensive power increases by 1 point. Gale Wolf's 24 consecutive slashes. The initial stages of cultivating a self-created soul skill are extremely difficult. Once the basics are mastered, subsequent cultivation will proceed smoothly. The relentless onslaught boosted Feng Xiaotian's morale, while the 7 members of the Divine Wind team unleashed their soul skills, all possessing the same attribute, creating gusts of wind above the arena. At this moment, the strong wind transformed into a howling tornado, which was used by Feng Xiaotian. Every gust of wind in the tornado was incredibly sharp, like a blade formed from the wind itself. Lei Meng stood with his knife in hand, his expression solemn. He finally understood why his teacher had told him to pay attention to Feng Xiaotian. Perhaps, Feng Xiaotian is a negative example in the eyes of many teachers when it comes to cultivating soul power. However, the other party has indeed made a name for themselves in creating their own soul skills. The relentless onslaught and endless gales made it seem as if Feng Xiaotian was the master of this world. Lei Meng snorted lightly, not to be outdone. Without the guidance of a renowned teacher, you have managed to walk such a path. Your talent and comprehension put me to shame. But, with the guidance of a renowned teacher, how could I possibly be defeated by you? No matter how the wind blades attacked, he simply relied on muscle memory to casually swing his sword to defend. A howling wind swept across his face, bringing a chill. His restless heart felt a long-lost tranquility. In an instant, the outline of the illusory and real sword technique clearly emerged in his mind. In the past, the constraints that were like mountains crumbled in his eyes. He seemed to understand his teacher's good intentions. The essence of the fainting and real sword technique lies in attacking the enemy with 3 parts of your strength while reserving 7 parts. When you truly reach this level, every strike can be a real blow or a feint. He raised his hands above his head, the 4th spirit ring of the thunder blade shone, and a crisp thunderclap exploded from the ground. The sea of lightning that bathed the blade spread rapidly, merging with the wind tornado to create a storm that swept across the entire arena. Zhao Xiao had no chance to make a move and had to retreat to the side. The storm attacked indiscriminately, and both teams retreated to avoid it. Given the current situation, the outcome of this match may be decided by Feng Xiaotian and Lei Meng. The victor will gain control of the storm and defeat the opponent with overwhelming force. Zhao Xiao looked helpless. Feng Xiaotian's soul power level is far weaker than Lei Meng's, so at this critical juncture, he is bound to be at a great disadvantage. There was no way around it. They were all wind attribute soul masters, and once they used their soul skills, it would only make the storm stronger. In the end, they were the ones who suffered. Feng Xiaotian never expected that his well-prepared offensive would backfire. Now that things had come to this, he felt no remorse or dwelled on it. As long as he defeated Lei Meng, the outcome of the match was already decided. After unleashing multiple 24-hit combos, Feng Xiaotian seemed to have found new inspiration. He attempted to stack his attacks once more, and surprisingly, a new technique of his own was formed. Swift Wind Wolf, 25 consecutive slashes. This was his strongest attack. Standing beside the storm, Lei Meng raised his thunder blade high, thousands of thunderbolts converging on the blade, and his aura suddenly soared. As Feng Xiaotian's attack drew near, he unleashed his full power in a slash. The lightning-formed blade energy collided with the phantom of the Gale Wolf, unleashing an incredibly powerful impact that instantly eliminated 3 members from both sides. As the blade flashed, a thunderous roar echoed throughout the arena. Feng Xiaotian ultimately failed to turn the tide due to the huge gap in soul power level. Seeing that Lei Meng had taken control of the storm, the team leader of the kamikaze team, for the safety of his students, ultimately chose to concede defeat. Lei Meng can control this storm, but he cannot annihilate it. To avoid harming innocent bystanders, a cardinal from the Spirit Hall intervened and quelled the storm, finally restoring peace to the arena. Despite today's defeat, Feng Xiaotian felt no dissatisfaction. On the contrary, he gained profound insights and believed that he could achieve a breakthrough in his self-created soul skill in a short period of time after returning home. After the match, Feng Xiaotian took the initiative to shake hands with Lei Meng. Brother Lei Meng, I'll remember you. If you have time in the future, I'll treat you to drinks in Tiando City. Lei Meng smiled back and shook hands with Feng Xiaotian, while casually placing his other hand on the latter's shoulder. Brother Xiaotian, I've changed my opinion of you. You're not as self-destructive as the rumors suggest. I truly admire the power of your self-created soul skill. On the field, they were rivals. Off the field, they quickly became the closest of friends. Both of them had cultivated their own soul skills and were exchanging experiences with each other. Finally, Lei Meng added, Brother Xiaotian, if you want to cultivate your own soul skill, you might as well ask my teacher. My swordsmanship wasn't very good to begin with, but it was under my teacher's correction and guidance that I have the strength I have today. Perhaps my teacher can also guide your cultivation. Chapter 50 Star Luo Royal Academy comes knocking. The Royal Fighting Team defeated the Divine Wind Academy team and advanced to the final. This is undoubtedly great news for the Heavenly Dou royal family. The results of this match at least prove that they are no weaker than the Star Luo Royal Academy. If they can defeat the Star Luo Royal Academy team in the finals, wouldn't that prove that the talents cultivated by the Heaven Dou Empire are superior to those of the Star Luo Empire? The Heavenly Dou Empire has long suffered under the Star Luo's rule and desperately needs a victory to prove its strength. The match ended, and the audience gradually left. However, the three teams that advanced to the finals remained in place, awaiting the referee's instructions. During this time, Feng Xiaotian went to the Royal Fighting Team's rest area to ask Qin Yuan for advice on cultivating his self-created soul skills. Qin Yuan shook his head and said, I don't know much about your self-created soul skill and can't offer any effective advice. You just lack the corresponding inheritance and have wasted time cultivating your self-created soul skill. I won't comment on whether your approach is right or wrong, but I believe you will find a balance in the future. Feng Xiaotian nodded as if he understood, said goodbye to Lei Meng, and then left. Seeing Qin Yuan's attitude, Lei Meng understood what was going on and immediately slumped his shoulders. The rumors were true. His teacher had joined the Spirit Hall Academy. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he wouldn't be returning to Heaven Dou City for a long time. He had not yet formally become a disciple, nor had he learned all of his teacher's combat experience, and he did not want to part ways with his teacher so soon. Noticing his expression, Qin Yuan patted his shoulder and urged, Don't just stand there, go find the referee and ask about the match schedule. Lei Meng's performance in this match surprised him. After the battle, Lei Meng's feinting and real sword techniques skipped the beginner stage and went straight to the master stage. Qin Yuan had never practiced this technique from scratch and was unaware of the process. However, the fact that Lei Meng had achieved this level of skill showed that his talent was not to be underestimated. The finals of the next Soul Master competition will be held in front of the Papal Palace, and Pope Bibidong will personally attend the event. However, Bibidong has no plans to attend this competition, and the venue has not been chosen to be in front of the Papal Palace. Instead, it has been arranged to be the central arena of the Wuhan City Great Soul Arena to accommodate more spectators. The finals will begin in 2 days. After the start of the competition, the three teams will engage in one-on-one battles. The winning team will directly enter the winners' bracket finals, the two losers will enter the losers' bracket finals, and one winner will enter the winners' bracket finals to compete for the final championship. After the schedule was arranged and the important notes were explained, the three teams were then allowed to leave the venue. At the hotel, Qin Yuan noticed Lei Meng's mood and worried that he might underperform in the finals, so he gently comforted him, I've taught you everything I can right now. If you stay by my side any longer, you won't make any further progress. All good things must come to an end. After the Soul Master competition, you will have your own life to live, and I will have my own life to live. So-called combat experience comes from one's own accumulation, not from being taught by others. No two battles are ever the same, and I hope you understand that. If we have the chance to meet again, and you are willing, then continue to stay by my side and cultivate. Teacher, Lei Meng was worried that this parting might not be the last time they would meet. The Heavenly Dou Empire has tightened the hereditary system of nobility, making it difficult for descendants to inherit their ancestors' titles unless they achieve great deeds. The border battlefield is no joke. A slight mistake can lead to instant death. Lei Meng had no idea what the future held for him. The next few days would be the last time he spent with Qin Yuan. Seeing that he still wanted to say something, Qin Yuan patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, "A man doesn't easily shed tears." As he spoke, he took out a brocade pouch from his soul tool. This brocade pouch is also a kind of soul tool, which can store goods. Qin Yuan found it in Wuhan City. Handing it to Lei Meng, Qin Yuan instructed, "If you ever find yourself in dire straits in the future, open this pouch. What's inside can save your life. That's all I can do. I hope you can complete your trials and return safely. I'll throw you a welcome banquet in Tiando City. By the way, don't open the brocade pouch casually. The contents inside can't be exposed to sunlight, otherwise they won't be effective." Lei Meng stared at the brocade pouch in his hand, feeling its weight. He took a step back, knelt down, and bowed deeply to Qin Yuan. Although the two did not have the title of master and disciple, they had long been in a master-disciple relationship. If it weren't for Lei Meng's connection to the Duke's mansion, Qin Yuan might have already taken him as a disciple. Before long, the team leader from Douluo Royal Academy knocked on the door of the Royal Fighting Team's rest room. Qin Yuan opened the door, saw the other person, and asked with a puzzled look, "Oh. What brings you to Douluo Royal Academy?" The finals are a three-way battle between the two teams. If they join forces, they are very likely to win against the Spirit Hall Academy team in the arena. However, there were too many conflicting interests involved, making it difficult to reach an agreement, and Qin Yuan didn't want to waste his energy on such matters. Leading the person into the room, Qin Yuan poured them a cup of tea. The other person cupped their hands in a respectful gesture and said humbly, "Teacher Qin, you can just call me Teacher Shu." Without beating around the bush, he got straight to the point. "I've come here to discuss the upcoming finals with you. We all know that with the strength of our respective teams, it is impossible to defeat the Spirit Hall Academy team. Even if we set up a match to win against the Spirit Hall team in the pre-match arena, they will still be able to advance to the winners' bracket finals in the end. Instead of beating around the bush, let's go straight into the losers' bracket and have a real showdown. The Spirit Hall will enter the losers' bracket, and one team from each of their sides will also enter the losers' bracket. Both sides are confident of defeating each other. If they are eliminated by the Spirit Hall team in a double kill, one of them will inevitably be dissatisfied with their final ranking. It would be better for them to have a match and compete for second place in the competition. That way, both sides would be convinced by the result." Qin Yuan feigned sudden realization. "I see. It seems Teacher Shu is very confident in his team." Teacher Shu smiled, picked up the teacup on the table, took a sip, and said with a smile, "Isn't Teacher Qin the same? What do you think of my suggestion? If you agree, we don't need to go to great lengths to arrange the personnel for the competition. We can simply decide on the appropriate tactics based on the situation of each team. Doing it this way saves time and effort, and it benefits both of us." Although the system's task was simply for Qin Yuan to lead the Royal Fighting Team to a top 3 finish. At this moment, he has already secured his minimum income. Of course, Qin Yuan is a man of principle. Once he has decided to accept the commission, he will take full responsibility and will not deliberately withhold the minimum guarantee. Chapter 51 Passing on Foolishness. That's great, then it's decided. Qin Yuan took the initiative to shake hands with the other party. Of course, Teacher Shu's presence here was also out of concern that Qin Yuan might collude with the Spirit Hall team. If the losers' bracket final is between the Spirit Hall team and their Douluo Royal team, they can only manage third place, no matter how hard they try. Rumors had been circulating in Wuhan City that Qin Yuan has joined the Wuhan Hall Academy. Whether true or false, it's always good to make arrangements in advance. At the same time, they will have a great chance to compete for second place. Even though the Douluo Royal Academy team lost to the Royal Fighting Team, they accepted the defeat wholeheartedly and had no complaints. In this three-way game, Qin Yuan seemed to be in an invincible position from the very beginning. He didn't need to run around like Teacher Shu and the others, he could sit back and relax. Qin Yuan informed Lei Meng and the others about Teacher Shu's suggestion. "I think it's possible to compete for second place based on my own strength," Lei Meng agreed first. He's not the kind of person who likes to take advantage of others. The second place he won through hard work and dedication is the honor that truly belongs to him. After a pause, Qin Yuan continued, since everyone agrees, let me talk about the tactics for the match. Logically, the tactical arrangements should be made by the teachers. But I don't think there's any need to wait. From any perspective, our strength is a bit inferior to that of the Douluo Royal Academy team. In the recent matches, only Lei Meng has performed exceptionally well among our players. On the other hand, almost every one of our opponents has had a highlight moment. We have to admit that we are not in the same form. Therefore, if we use conventional tactics, we have no chance of winning, and there is no need to waste time and energy on this. Qin Yuan's teaching methods were always unique during his time at the academy. Therefore, the tactics he devised might surprise everyone. Lei Meng and the others looked on with anticipation. Qin Yuan smiled faintly, without offering any specific strategy, and simply said casually, we are no match for our opponents in their strengths, but we might as well avoid their strengths and drag them into our rhythm. Sometimes, the simplest method is the best chance of winning. So, what exactly is the tactic? Du Guyan asked impatiently, her curiosity piqued. Qin Yuan gestured for him to remain in suspense for the time being. Let me ask you a question. If a stupid person and a smart person take the same theory exam at the same time, who do you think will get a higher score? Yi Lingling rarely spoke up. Of course, he's a smart person. Qin Yuan asked again, then, if a fool wants to beat a smart person in an exam, what should he do? This. The members of the royal fighting team looked at each other in bewilderment. It seems that, apart from getting the exam questions in advance and cheating, there is no way for a fool to get a high score. Applying this to team competitions means they need to first obtain the Douluo Royal Academy's tactical data and make targeted deployments. But why would the other party reveal their hand to them? If we go to gather information but achieve nothing, wouldn't we just be wasting our time? Qin Yuan shook his head and explained, your thinking was wrong from the start. No matter what, a fool can't beat a smart person. You're standing on the side of opposing smart people, so this problem is unsolvable. Why don't you put yourselves in the shoes of a fool and think about it carefully? Lei Meng was quick to understand and immediately grasped the problem. If the test paper is designed according to the thinking patterns of fools, smart people, because they are too smart, will hesitate when answering the questions, and their final scores may not be as good as those of fools. Teacher, am I right? Qin Yuan nodded in satisfaction, and his goodwill towards Lei Meng increased even more. That's right. In a way, you are the fools, and your opponents are the smart ones. Our goal is only second place, so it's fine to use this method. Once you're in the ring, don't coordinate at all. Each of you should guard one opponent. Just treat the team as a newly formed team with absolutely no coordination. As long as the formation is chaotic enough, smart people will lose their composure, and that is your hope of winning. Of course, apart from Lei Meng, the others should not seek merit, but only to avoid mistakes, and absolutely not be eliminated by their opponents in a one-on-one fight. Lei Meng is in better form than anyone else on the Douluo Royal Academy team, so having him start the game is the best option. Only by quickly eliminating opponents and creating a numerical advantage can the royal fighting team seize the opportunity to win. Qin Yuan added a final sentence, which can be considered as giving everyone a final lesson. I call this method, foolish transmission. In the future, when you are on your own and encounter problems that are difficult to solve, you might as well try this method. It may have a miraculous effect. Lei Meng and the others nodded seriously and took note of what he had said. Qin Yuan's strategy was to have no strategy at all. Before the match, everyone didn't need to train. They just needed to find their opponents, analyze their intelligence, and find the optimal solution. Kamikaze has been eliminated. They can choose to return early or go back with the main group. Not long ago, the first batch of eliminated teams basically left Wuhan City. Although the Kamikaze team was eliminated, there were only a few days left until the finals, so they naturally wanted to stay and watch the game live. In the lounge, Feng Xiaotian shared his thoughts. Grandpa, I heard that teacher Qin from the Royal Fighting Team stayed at the Heavenly Do Royal Academy because he accepted a commission. Or, how about we entrust him with training the next generation of the Kamikaze team? I have a feeling that with teacher Qin's help, my self-created soul skill might improve remarkably. His grandfather, Feng Chenggelin, was also the dean of Shenfeng Academy. Feng Xiaotian's cultivation of his self-created soul skill had caused Feng Chengelin no small amount of worry. If Qin Yuan truly possessed such ability, he could save himself some trouble, but Feng Chengelin sighed and said helplessly, "It's too late. You were busy with the competition and didn't pay attention to the rumors in the city. Right now, it's widely rumored within the Spirit Hall that Qin Yuan has joined the Spirit Hall Academy. Even if Grandpa wanted to invite him, he wouldn't come. The Spirit Hall Academy is the #1 academy on the continent. It's far better for them to train a championship team than to come to our Divine Wind Academy." Undeterred, Feng Xiaotian asked again, "Grandpa, isn't there any other way? How about I join the Spirit Hall Academy?" Upon hearing this, Feng Chengelin muttered under his breath, "Absolutely not. You are a descendant of the Feng family, how can you join the Spirit Hall Academy? However, you don't need to be too pessimistic. I spoke with Meng Shenji before, and Qin Yuan has a penchant for accepting commissions. If it weren't for respecting his choice, do you think the royal family would release him? In my opinion, Qin Yuan's decision to join the Spirit Hall Academy was likely made on a commission he accepted. We don't know the specifics yet, but he will definitely return to Heaven Do City in the future. It won't be too late to make the commission then." Even though Feng Xiaotian was unwilling, he could only silently agree. Even if Qin Yuan is willing to accept the commission from Shenfeng Academy, there should still be a first-come, first-served principle. Right. Chapter 52. Blink if you've been kidnapped. Douluo Bo originally had no intention of going to Wuhan City. Back then, he received the coronation ceremony of title Douluo at the Spirit Hall. Afterwards, he refused Bibi Dong's offer to recruit him and was hunted down by Chrysanthemum and Ghost Douluo. He was eventually rescued by Prince Shui Sheng. His relationship with the Spirit Hall is very tense, and even now that he has broken through to level 94, he does not want to easily set foot in Spirit City. However, when he heard that Qin Yuan was going to join the Spirit Hall Academy, he still came. He was worried that Qin Yuan was being coerced by the Spirit Hall. He had come here because he was certain the information was true. He would risk his life to bring Qin Yuan out of Spirit City. Douluo Bo's aura was quite unique, and he was discovered by Chrysanthemum Ghost Douluo as soon as he approached Wuhan City. In a dense forest on the outskirts of Wuhan City, Chrysanthemum Douluo appeared first, while Ghost Douluo hid in the shadows, waiting for his chance to strike. Chrysanthemum Douluo sat on a branch, gazing at the figure not far away, and said leisurely, "Old Poison, you're quite well informed. I just returned to Wuhan City after completing my mission and ran into you. Hey, you want revenge?" Chrysanthemum Douluo took a deep breath and carefully discerned the scents in the air. "The Douluo Bo before me seems quite different from the one I saw a few years ago." The nauseating stench emanating from Douluo Bo was gone, his soul power was more solid than before, and his strength had undergone a qualitative leap. Chrysanthemum Douluo exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, level 94 peak, old poisoner, I really underestimated you." After breaking through to the title Douluo level, it becomes difficult to increase one's soul power by even one level. It's almost like entering a major realm with each level. Without special trump cards, at the title Douluo stage, the higher the soul power level, the stronger the strength. But now, Douluo Bo's strength has increased rapidly, and even Chrysanthemum Douluo, who has a cultivation level of 95, cannot guarantee that he can defeat him. Revenge. Douluo Bo snorted softly, his hands behind his back. "I've merely come to Spirit City as a guest. Is this how the Spirit Hall treats its guests? Or is this how your Chrysanthemum Pass treats its guests?" If it weren't for the urgent need to see Qin Yuan, Douluo Bo would have already taken action to avenge the pursuit and killing he suffered back then. Chrysanthemum Douluo smiled sinisterly and stepped aside. Wuhan City is the holy land of the Soul Master world. You, old poison, are a title Douluo, so naturally you will be welcomed by the Spirit Hall. Please. Douluo Bo snorted coldly, passed Chrysanthemum Douluo, and entered Martial Soul City. Ghost Douluo landed in front of Chrysanthemum Douluo and hurriedly asked, "Why is old poisoner here? Have you discovered his purpose?" Chrysanthemum Douluo shook his head. Currently, it is the Soul Master competition stage, and most of the rumors on the continent are related to the competition, while some unofficial information is not widely circulated. During his mission, Chrysanthemum Douluo had heard that Douluo Bo and Qin Yuan had a close relationship. However, Qin Yuan had stayed in Wuhan City on his own initiative, so there was no reason for Douluo to come and rescue him. After a pause, Chrysanthemum Douluo asked, "Old ghost, is the Qin Yuan you mentioned really valued so much by His Holiness the Pope?" "It's not that I value it too much. Bibi Dong simply felt that Qin Yuan had a secret and wanted to use him to cultivate talent for the Spirit Hall." Ghost Douluo could only see these superficial reasons. As for whether there were deeper reasons, he couldn't tell with his knowledge. Of course, what Bibi Dong cared about most was that Qin Yuan obtaining the God of Slaughter domain might also mean he had received the inheritance of a god. Otherwise, how could she explain Qin Yuan's rapid breakthrough in strength in such a short period? Bibi Dong had received tremendous benefits in the city of Slaughter, and instinctively assumed that Qin Yuan had also received them. Leaving him in Wuhan City was also a way of testing him. Chrysanthemum Douluo sighed. "It seems I've missed a lot while I was away on missions. Oh well, I'll go check on things when I have time. Since His Holiness the Pope values me, perhaps we'll be colleagues in the future." Ghost Douluo gave a wicked smile, patted Chrysanthemum Douluo's arm, and said, "He is unwilling to join any faction. When you come into contact with him, remember not to try to win him over casually. This is also His Holiness the Pope's intention. His Holiness the Pope is a man of deep thoughts. How could we possibly presume to know them? Perhaps His Holiness the Pope has other plans for him. ... The hotel where the royal fighting team is staying." Douluo quickly located Dugu Yan's presence and rushed to the hotel immediately. At this moment, Qin Yuan is discussing the details of the match with everyone. Douluo broke in through the window without warning, startling everyone. Realizing what was happening, Dugu Yan stepped forward with a smile. "Grandpa, what brings you here?" Douluo was extremely anxious. He gave a perfunctory reply, pulled Qin Yuan aside, and hurriedly asked, "Why are you staying in Wuhan City? If anyone there is forcing you, just blink, and I'll take you away immediately." Qin Yuan was completely bewildered. After regaining his senses, he brushed Douluo's hand away and said, "Brother, you misunderstood. I stayed at the Spirit Hall because I accepted a commission. I stayed voluntarily, and it has nothing to do with anyone else. Moreover, I feel that staying in Wuhan City for a while will lead to better development in the future. Besides, I don't plan to join any faction. Traveling all over the continent is more in line with my style." Seeing that Qin Yuan spoke smoothly and showed no sign of embarrassment, Douluo finally felt relieved. He sighed softly and said, "It seems I misunderstood. Very well, since you have made your decision, I will not insist. By the way, while you're staying at the Spirit Hall, you must be careful of Pope Bibi Dong. That woman is a madwoman, who knows what she might do to you." Qin Yuan wasn't worried about that. He will work at the Spirit Hall Academy in the future, while Bibi Dong rarely visits the academy to inspect the teaching situation. Unless there's something special, Bibi Dong is highly unlikely to summon him. Without prolonged direct contact, why be so worried? Brother, I understand your concerns. But someone like me has no conflict of interest with any of the major powers, so His Holiness the Pope has no reason to harm me. By the way, could you please take care of my properties in Tiando City when you have some free time? If I ever decide I don't want to accept any more commissions, I can always go back and retire there." "You're quite shrewd," Douluo chuckled. Qin Yuan's arrangement made sense. In the entire Soul Master world, the most promising place was none other than Spirit City. As long as he didn't get involved in the Spirit Hall's core secrets, the Spirit Hall couldn't control his fate. Of course, every Soul Master on the continent is nominally a member of the Spirit Hall and enjoys the Soul Master subsidies issued by the Spirit Hall. This is a rule established at the beginning of the Spirit Hall's establishment, so even if Qin Yuan leaves Spirit City, he is not considered to have completely broken away from the Spirit Hall. With his worries gone, Douluo discussed the upcoming match arrangements with everyone. After hearing about Qin Yuan's tactics, he strongly agreed with them. In a high-pressure competition environment, implementing too many tactics is not the optimal choice. Returning to simplicity not only reduces the chances of mistakes by team members, but also makes it easier to achieve unexpected results. ... The few days of rest passed in a flash, and the Soul Master competition finals were fast approaching. The 3 teams that advanced to the finals arrived at the Wuhan City Grand Arena amidst a huge crowd. In the final stage, the most relaxed team among the three was undoubtedly the Spirit Hall Academy team. After all, their strength was far ahead of the other teams. Chapter 53. Those who truly want to win don't wear smiles. Furthermore, the Douluo Royal Academy team felt the most pressure. As they entered the arena, Qin Yuan noticed that each of the opposing team members was in a heavy mood, as if losing the game was equivalent to losing their entire lives. Under such high pressure, unless everyone is exceptionally resilient to stress, major mistakes will inevitably occur on the arena. On the other hand, although Lei Meng and the others in the royal fighting team were not as lively as before and had become serious, the overall atmosphere was much better than that of the Douluo Royal Academy team. There's still an incense sticks time before the match starts. Inside the royal fighting team's rest area. After they sat down, Qin Yuan joked, "People who really want to win don't have smiles on their faces. It seems you've all put your full effort into it. In the past, everyone would have responded with smiles. But now, everyone has a blank expression." Lei Meng said awkwardly, "Teacher, please stop teasing us. If we lose the competition, our journey in the tournament will be over. What a huge regret it would be if we couldn't get second place." Apart from Du Guyan and Yi Lingling, the rest of the royal fighting team are quite old. This tournament is their last, and if they leave with regrets, they will probably regret it for the rest of their lives. Qin Yuan continued, "Don't put too much pressure on yourself. What does winning or losing really matter? You take winning and losing so seriously now because your perspective is limited to the Soul Master and Soul Venerable stages. When you break through to Soul Emperor or even Soul Saint in the future, you will no longer care about the gains and losses in the Soul Master competition. There are countless examples of people who lost a game but won their entire life. Don't let a temporary setback drag your whole life down. If they can win the game mentally, they will win." Qin Yuan's words, seemingly meant to comfort, were actually also meant to lighten the mood within the team. Meanwhile, the Douluo Royal Academy remained silent throughout, anxiously awaiting the start of the match. Representing the Spirit Hall at this year's finals is Chrysanthemum and Ghost Douluo. With the arrival of these two titled Douluo powerhouses, the competition officially began. According to the procedure, the players from the three teams participating in the arena battle took turns stepping onto the stage. Even if you want to admit defeat, you still have to go through the proper procedures. According to the draw results, the first match will be between the Royal Fighting Team and the Spirit Hall Academy team. As the team leader, Qin Yuan publicly stated to the referee, "The Royal Fighting Team acknowledges its inferiority and is willing to enter the losers bracket finals." The referee nodded slightly, then urged, "Since the Royal Fighting Team has voluntarily conceded defeat, the first match of the arena battle will be between the Douluo Royal Academy team and the Spirit Hall Academy team." Teacher Shu used the same rhetoric as Qin Yuan. Since neither of the two teams in the losers bracket consumed any soul power, the losers bracket finals will proceed directly according to the tournament's procedures. The referee gave both sides 5 minutes to prepare. In contrast to Qin Yuan, who was joking around with everyone, Teacher Shu from the Douluo Royal Academy team repeatedly emphasized their tactical arrangements, afraid that the team members would forget them. There is no psychology discipline in Douluo continent. In the eyes of the teachers, putting great pressure on the students is the only way to spur them on, completely unaware that this method will backfire. Qin Yuan said with a smile, "Don't put too much pressure on yourself, just focus on the game. If you feel you get along well, why not make a 5-year agreement? Every 5 years. Thereafter, you can return to the Heaven Do Royal Academy for a reunion. If I see you all again next time we meet, I will prepare an opportunity for each of you." "Really?" Lei Meng's serious expression vanished, and he hurriedly confirmed. Qin Yuan laughed and said, "I can't stay in Wuhan City for 5 years. I will definitely go back after 5 years. As for what the 5-year agreement is about, you can decide for yourselves. I will go back then." These words sparked a lively discussion among Lei Meng and the others, who seemed to have forgotten the pressure of the competition. In Teacher Shu's eyes, this scene meant that the Royal Fighting Team was not doing their job properly and was too lazy to even cram for the battle. 5 minutes passed quickly, and Lei Meng and the others reluctantly stepped onto the competition stage. Even on the field, they were still arguing about the specific date of the 5-year agreement. In contrast, their opponents all appeared solemn and ready for battle. The audience at the scene, witnessing this, immediately felt that the royal fighting team was beyond saving. A team that can't even get the attitude right, I don't know how they made it to the finals. However, Tianqian in the crowd did not think so. He had long been aware of the impact of mentality on the game, so he naturally understood what Qin Yuan's actions were intended to achieve. A bunch of ignorant fools, just wait until they get slapped in the face. He said this with a sigh, and he became even more optimistic about Qin Yuan. As soon as the match began, the royal fighting team members instantly adjusted their state. Before the match, they stood in random positions, all in the front row, just to execute the tactics arranged before the match. As the match began, facing the well-prepared Douluo Royal Academy team, they surprisingly launched an attack with a loose formation. Such a performance is hardly what one would expect from a top-tier team. Many even suspect that the Royal Fight team bribed players from other teams along the way to sneak into the finals. However, what happened next proved many people wrong. The Douluo Royal Academy team acted too rigidly, and became bewildered after their formation was disrupted. The Royal Fighting team had a clear objective, employing only one-on-one marking tactics. Meanwhile, the Douluo Royal Academy team, without even shaking off their opponents, focused on supporting their teammates, leading to a complete rout. What kind of playing style is this? The cardinal in charge of the match was stunned for a moment. Chrysanthemum Douluo, seated high above, was filled with delight. The simplest methods often produce the most surprising results. Qin Yuan's idea is truly unexpected. Moreover, he seemed to carry the scent of the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum. Chrysanthemum pass, stop thinking about your pathetic martial spirit. There's no such plant on the continent. Ghost Douluo said quietly. At first, Chrysanthemum Douluo also thought so. However, after sensing the aura of the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum from Qin Yuan, he changed his mind. Such a strong herbal aroma suggests that the person has not simply come into contact with the Qirong Tongtianju chrysanthemum, but has likely already consumed it. Chrysanthemum Douluo narrowed his eyes slightly, as if the treasure he had sought all his life was right before his eyes. The Royal Fighting team's unpredictable fighting style successfully pulled the Douluo Royal Academy team into their rhythm. What kind of results can a smart person come up with if they use the thinking of a fool? Specifically, the Douluo Royal Academy team wanted to support each other and execute the tactics they had planned before the match, but they were entangled by their respective opponents and unable to move, inadvertently doing a lot of useless work. To outsiders, they seemed completely out of sorts, even appearing distracted. Chapter 54 The Essence of 5-Star Missions. Teacher Shu stood there dumbfounded, seemingly unwilling to believe that the competition would end like this. Not only did his tactics fail to work, but the pressure of the game also caused the players to become sluggish and perform nowhere near as impressive as in previous matches. The competition has already begun, and teachers are not allowed to interfere with its proceedings. Even though Teacher Shu was unwilling, she could only accept the result of the competition. The defeat of the Douluo Royal Academy team is almost a foregone conclusion. Unless, of course, one or two of them can perform at 200% of their full potential. But miracles don't happen so easily, especially under immense pressure. Teacher Shu sighed heavily and slumped into a chair in the rest area. Although the royal family's target for him was merely to reach the top 6, finishing in the top 3 would already exceed that goal. The benefits of achieving second place would be immeasurable, while the benefits of third place would be far less significant. Especially since he was defeated head-on by the Heavenly Do Royal Academy team, the Douluo royal family might even blame him for his poor performance. If he had known this would happen, he shouldn't have gone to find Qin Yuan. They were eliminated by the Spirit Hall Academy and became the third-place team. Afterwards, they could use some excuses to prove that their strength was above that of the Royal Fighting team. Now, they have no choice but to bear the consequences themselves. As expected, the match became one-sided after Lei Meng eliminated the captain of the Douluo Royal Academy team. The Royal Fighting team had a numerical advantage, while the Douluo Royal Academy team was unable to form effective coordination and could not withstand Lei Meng's sharp attacks, ultimately losing the entire game. Qin Yuan's tactics were quite ordinary. The newly established battles in the Great Soul Arena were all just a bunch of weaklings fighting each other. However, in certain circumstances, the most ordinary tactics can often produce surprising results. With the royal fighting team's victory, no one questioned their tactical arrangements anymore. Regardless of the outcome, the best tactic is the one that wins the game. We won. Looking at the deafening cheers from the crowd, Lei Meng felt a sense of disorientation. After a long while, his teammates surrounded him, and he only then realized what was happening. After defeating the Douluo Royal Academy team, they faced the Spirit Hall Academy team. Even though they lost the match, they still came in second place, exceeding the mission assigned by the royal family. It's not easy to get a chance to appear in front of the royal family. This time, they made a deep impression on the royal family. They have no worries about a bright future. At the same time, the system panel appeared in Qin Yuan's mind. Open black lens bracket, complete a 5-star quest and receive a 100,000-year soul ring as a reward. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket, name, Qin Yuan. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket, martial soul, flaming battle blade. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket, cultivation level, 69. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket, the spirit ring will be awarded directly when the host breaks through to level 70. Close black lens bracket. Qin Yuan couldn't hide the smile on his lips. Lei Meng has brought him many surprises during this period of competition. It can be said that this 5-star mission is closely related to Lei Meng. First, during his battle with the Divine Wind Academy, he achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation of the illusionary sword technique. In today's match, although the tactical arrangement played a significant role, Lei Meng almost single-handedly eliminated the entire Douluo Royal Academy team in terms of execution. This student was truly his lucky star, allowing him to complete this 5-star mission at a very low cost. With this experience, Qin Yuan gained a direct understanding of 5-star missions. He had a premonition when he helped Douluo detoxify last time. For the 5-star mission, he himself was no longer the decisive factor. Although there were great risks in the process, those who truly completed the mission relied on his help, allowing outsiders to break through the shackles and advance to a new stage. This applies to Douluo's poison pill technique, Lei Meng's swordsmanship, and the Wangdu team's competition results. It seems that I need to be extremely cautious about future 5-star missions, Qin Yuan secretly resolved. He had an element of luck in both of these 5-star missions. Douluo already had cultivation experience, and Lei Meng was naturally gifted. If it were someone with a blockhead like him, no matter what he did, the mission would fail. The competition ended, and the teams from the entire Tiando region erupted in jubilation. The final competition will be held in 2 days, but the results after that are not important. The Spirit Hall Academy team has a Soul King, and most of the other teammates are mid to high-level Soul Masters. Coupled with the Spirit Hall team's own strength, the Royal Fighting Team has no chance of defeating them. If it weren't for saving face, the Royal Fighting Team would have even considered admitting defeat. However, this did not prevent them from holding a celebratory banquet. Teams from the Tiando region who did not leave early came to the banquet to congratulate the Wangdu team on achieving second place and to re-establish the best record of the Tiando Empire since it began participating in the competition. Qin Yuan did not restrain the students during the banquet. Lei Meng and the others were all adults and could drink alcohol. Tonight, they drank quite a bit of alcohol, while Qin Yuan sat in a corner, sipping tea alone. He was just an observer, not the main character in this spectacle, not even a supporting character. Now that things have come to this, he has fulfilled his commission and will no longer bother his employer. Lei Zhen brought a pot of fine wine to him and said with a smile, "Mr. Qin, I'm taking the liberty of calling you Brother Qin, please don't mind. Munger and his team's achievements today are inseparable from your dedicated guidance. On behalf of the Empire and Munger's father, I raise a toast to you." Qin Yuan raised his teacup and returned the greeting. Lei Zhen continued, Time flies so fast. Several months have passed in the blink of an eye. I'm afraid many people are heartbroken that Teacher Qin is leaving the Heaven Do Royal Academy." Qin Yuan smiled and explained, "We agreed beforehand that I was only appointed in a time of crisis, and besides, the royal family respects my decision." Lei Zhen waved his hand. "Let's not talk about that. If we had known earlier that Brother Qin had such strength, perhaps the royal fighting team would have really had a chance to compete for the championship." However, the current results are enough, and the royal family will be satisfied. As he spoke, he couldn't help but mention his plans for Lei Meng after graduation. The Duke is a first-class noble title in the empire, and countless eyes are watching the Duke's mansion's every move. In addition, Emperor Shui was a capable ruler, and in order to concentrate power, he tightened the system of succession to titles. Lei Meng's achievements will surely be remembered by the royal family, making the process of inheriting the title easier in the future. Of course, necessary experience is essential. The Lei family has always been a military and political family of the empire. If their descendants are not capable, the title will eventually be lost. Your Munger's teacher, do you have any thoughts? Haha, just consider this a casual chat between friends. Munger's future depends on his own destiny. Leading troops into battle is indeed not Qin Yuan's forte. Even if you've never eaten pork, you've at least seen pigs run. In his previous life, Qin Yuan had read a lot about modern warfare history on the internet and had some opinions on it. Chapter 55 Chrysanthemum Douluo, Become My Master. Qin Yuan, not being a general, spoke eloquently from an observer's perspective. He mainly talked about the essence of guerrilla warfare, such as infiltration behind enemy lines, and the troop configuration for large-scale warfare, including infantry war coordination. Lei Zhen didn't dare to interrupt, listening intently. Seeing that Qin Yuan had finished speaking and stopped talking, he pondered for a moment, then put his arm around the other's shoulder. Teacher Qin's wisdom is truly unprecedented. If the empire can really build the small offensive fortresses you mentioned, the battlefield situation may really be rewritten. Cavalry charges are about quick battles and decisive victories. Infantry are mobile and often rely on numbers to win, making them far inferior to cavalry. Small fortresses with full defensive capabilities, although limited in movement speed, are surprisingly effective in decisive battles on the open plains, and cavalry simply cannot defeat them. That's a novel idea. I need to study it carefully. Qin Yuan added one last thing. If you want to achieve merit, infiltration behind enemy lines is the best option, but it's extremely risky. It's best to have a small team led by Lei Meng. Not everyone in the team needs to be a one-man army, just quick-witted enough. Lei Meng helped him easily complete the task entrusted to him, so he would naturally provide this student with some directions for making achievements. How exactly to proceed depends on Lei Zhen's judgment, but Qin Yuan has already said what he needed to say. The banquet lasted until late at night. After settling the drunken members of the royal fighting clan down, Qin Yuan returned to his room. As soon as he pushed open the door, he noticed that the markings left on the door frame had been tampered with. He had warned beforehand that staff were not allowed to come in to clean the room, so it seems someone had broken into his room. Fortunately, he stored everything in his soul tool, so there were no secrets in the room. He pushed open the door and a fresh, pleasant plant fragrance wafted into the room. He took a deep breath and immediately felt refreshed. He slowly lit the oil lamp and said casually, "Since you're already here, why didn't you say hello?" Possessing the killing god domain, he is extremely sensitive to killing intent. He didn't sense any murderous intent from the other person, so he figured they were waiting there for something else. The person who came was none other than Chrysanthemum Douluo, who was quite interested in him. The flame of the oil lamp flickered in the wind, casting shifting shadows in the room, and a delicate face was reflected in the firelight. Qin Yuan smiled slightly and cupped his hands in greeting. "Your Excellency Chrysanthemum Douluo, please forgive my failure to greet you properly." The person in front of him looked like a woman, with a face as delicate as a baby's. If it weren't for the flame illuminating his Adam's apple, Qin Yuan wouldn't have recognized him. Chrysanthemum Douluo was not surprised. He crossed his arms and said with an admiring look, "Our spirit hall has already collected information on the royal fighting team. 3 months ago, they could barely be considered a top-tier team. But their performance was extremely inconsistent, and at best they could only reach the second round of the finals, and they couldn't even finish in the top 6. In just 3 months, you have trained them into a top-tier team. Mr. Qin's abilities are truly extraordinary." As he spoke, he walked up to Qin Yuan and approached him to sense the aura emanating from the latter. "Peak Soul Emperor, extraordinary heavenly chrysanthemum, it seems you have quite a bit of luck." After all, he was a talent valued by Bibi Dong, so Chrysanthemum Douluo dared not be too forceful. After some probing, he got straight to the point. let's not beat around the bush. Tell me where the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum grows, and I'll owe you a favor. I'll do you a favor for you unconditionally in the future. The Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum was Zhu Douluo's lifelong pursuit, and now it has been absorbed by Qin Yuan. Although there is regret, as long as the place where the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum grows is found, it is likely that its seeds can be found, which can be considered as an explanation for his pursuit. Qin Yuan knew that he would be living in Wuhan City for a long time to come. Without the protection of a powerful figure, it's impossible to move an inch in this place where connections are everywhere. He smiled and took out a golden seed from his soul tool. He had brought the seeds of the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum with him, intending to visit Chrysanthemum Douluo, but he didn't expect the other party to come to him on his own initiative, which saved him a lot of trouble. Your Majesty, Chrysanthemum Douluo, the immortal herb is no ordinary thing. It is nurtured by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Finding even one is already an extraordinary stroke of luck. Moreover, there is no record in history of two identical immortal herbs appearing in the same era. These are the seeds of the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum, a gift from me to you, Senior. As for where this immortal herb grows, it is a hidden cave in the Stardo Great Forest. When I took the immortal herb, I was chased by soul beasts, and that cave collapsed. However, I've already consumed the immortal herb, and the spiritual energy of that treasure land has long since dissipated. Chrysanthemum Douluo accepted his explanation and immediately treasured the seeds of the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum. A glint of light flashed in his eyes, and he said, I agree to your terms as before. However, I am very interested in you. For the sake of the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum, if you are willing to become my disciple, I will teach you the cultivation of a soul. Master. Becoming an apprentice. Since obtaining the system, Qin Yuan has stopped considering becoming an apprentice. Even before, he wouldn't have considered becoming an apprentice unless he was a powerful person with a shared martial spirit. He gave a bitter smile, shook his head, and did not refuse directly. Senior, I am used to being lazy. If I were to serve under you, it would inevitably cause you some trouble. He paused for a moment, then continued, if you don't mind, I'd like to use this favor. I only ask that you, Chrysanthemum Douluo, protect me from interference by various forces while I work at the Spirit City Academy. Chrysanthemum Douluo is not annoyed. He accepted Qin Yuan as his apprentice only because of the seeds of the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum. The other party was ungrateful, giving out the opportunity to receive protection for free, and instead using the favor of a title Douluo to exchange for protection. I wonder what the other party was thinking. Protecting Qin Yuan was just a matter of a word, and it wouldn't cause Chrysanthemum Douluo any loss. Without the ties of personal relationships, neither party needs to be overly entangled in the future. Since you've made the decision, I naturally have no objections. Chrysanthemum Douluo patted his arm lightly. Do a good job, the spirit hall will not treat you unfairly. After saying this, his figure transformed into a gentle breeze and vanished without a trace. Compared to the unpredictable Bibi Dong and the taciturn ghost Douluo, Chrysanthemum Douluo is one of the few normal people in the papal palace. I hope we can interact more in the future. Qin Yuan thought to himself. Having more friends means having more options. Besides, the relationship between Chrysanthemum Douluo and Douluo isn't one of complete hostility, rather, it's more like a friendship that blossomed from a misunderstanding. With Chrysanthemum Douluo's protection, at least I won't get caught up in meaningless battles in the future. The outcome of the match 2 days later was a foregone conclusion. But the royal fighting team also showed their own style. Despite the vast disparity in strength between the two sides, Lei Meng led the royal fighting team to eliminate 6 members of the Spirit City team, only to be defeated by the Spirit King and end their journey in this tournament. It's clear that Lei Meng, with his superb swordsmanship, does have a good chance of winning the match 77H. Unfortunately, he wasted too much soul power in his efforts to eliminate the other 6, and was ultimately defeated. Chapter 56 Quietly Breaking Through. The competition has come to a close, and the awards ceremony will follow. This competition offers soul bones as rewards, but there's only one ordinary 10,000-year soul bone, and it's the perfect match for the Soul King expert from the Spirit Hall. It's obvious the Spirit Hall prepared it for him in advance. The royal fighting team only came in second place, and the organizing committee didn't give them much of a reward, just some gold soul coins. However, the real prize, and the biggest prize, will be the reward from the Heavenly Do royal family once the team returns to Heavenly Do City. After the closing ceremony, all teams return to their respective rest areas to pack their belongings. Are you sure you don't want to come back to Heaven Do City with us? That old bastard Meng Xunji applied to His Majesty for a soul bone reward for you. With your performance and the team's results, there's a high chance you'll get a soul bone. Qin Yuan shook his head. Brother Lei Zhen, you said it yourself, it's only a possibility. Besides, I've already decided to stay in Wuhan City, so there's no point in making another trip. You may go back now. Remember to give my regards to His Majesty. Also, I will stay in Spirit City for a maximum of 5 years, after which I will return to Heaven Do City. He didn't think the Heavenly Do royal family could produce a soul bone, and besides, he didn't believe he had made such a great contribution. Lei Zhen sighed softly and didn't insist anymore. That's a real pity. You won't be able to drink at the victory celebration banquet. Oh well, when you return to Tiando City, remember to visit my residence. You will always be an honored guest of the Lei family. After saying that, Lei Zhen went to organize the men and prepare to lead everyone back to Tiando City. Qin Yuan looked at the royal fighting team members standing to the side. When the time for parting finally came, the reluctance on everyone's faces was palpable. Qin Yuan suddenly smiled, pointed to the orange trees planted outside the city, and said with a smile, when you go back, you might as well plant an orange tree. The day the oranges ripen will be the day we meet again. Teacher Qin, take care. Yi Lingling bowed solemnly. Originally, she thought she would be trapped in the city of Sylvester for the rest of her life and end up with a miserable fate. When she was in despair, Qin Yuan was like a ray of dawn, shining into that dark world. After arriving in Tiando City, Qin Yuan helped her out several times when she encountered difficult problems. Even her spirit ring was made by Qin Yuan. Knowing that she was struggling financially, he rarely accepted money from her, only taking a token amount each time. She will never forget this great kindness. She secretly vowed that she would plant an orange tree when she returned home, and that perhaps her strength would also experience a qualitative leap when the oranges grew. At that time, I should be able to help Teacher Qin. Compared to her, Du Guyan seemed much more relaxed. After all, Qin Yuan had a close relationship with his grandfather, and there would be many opportunities to meet again in the future. Finally, Qin Yuan patted Lei Meng on the shoulder. I look forward to the day you ride the wind and transform into a dragon. Goodbye, teacher. Lei Meng turned around and walked away without looking back, afraid that if he slowed down even a step, his tears would flow uncontrollably. Watching everyone leave, Qin Yuan sighed inwardly. This world is not just about Tang San, the protagonist, there are also countless other unsung heroes, full of life and humanity. In the past, he always felt that he was out of place in the Douluo continent. Only today did he truly decide to integrate into this world and become a part of it. Let the regrets and resentments of the past life drift away with the wind. Bathed in the spring breeze, Qin Yuan felt an unprecedented sense of ease. As evening approached, he leaned against a tea table in front of a tea house near the city gate, savoring the fragrant tea and gazing at the sunset outside the city, enjoying the cool evening breeze. In this extremely relaxed state of mind, the shackles of level 69 shattered with a crash, his soul power surged, officially entering level 70, and then he returned to calm. The system reward soul ring was then issued. There were no unusual phenomena, only a warm current flowing into my heart. Perhaps the system embezzled the soul power bestowed by the soul ring, for he now only has a cultivation level of 71. He did not feel extremely excited about the breakthrough in his strength, and remained calm. Gradually, the sun finished its day's work and set behind the mountains. As dusk approached, a figure slowly walked towards them. Mr. Qin, His Holiness the Pope requests your presence. An official from the papal palace indicated the invitation. Qin Yuan composed himself, abandoning his languid demeanor, and with a flick of his sleeve, stirred up a cool breeze. All right, lead the way. He's going to be busy from now on, and he doesn't know when he'll have the chance to relax like he did today. Papal Palace. As the power center of the Spirit Hall, and also the highest hall in the hearts of Spirit Masters, ordinary Spirit Masters can never set foot here in their entire lives. However, Qin Yuan was able to receive a personal invitation from His Holiness the Pope to set foot here as a non-tourist. The guards before the papal palace each possessed a soul power no weaker than Qin Yuan's. They stood solemnly, clad in heavy armor, wielding spears, their figures upright as pine trees, guarding both sides of the road leading to the papal palace. An official from the papal palace handed Qin Yuan a token. Upon arriving at the papal palace, Qin Yuan displayed his token and was granted entry. Bibi Dong lay languidly on the high seat. When Qin Yuan arrived, she parted her red lips and said, "You led the royal fighting team to compete in the tournament and achieved extremely outstanding results. It seems I underestimated you." Qin Yuan bowed and replied calmly, "Your Holiness is too kind. I am not particularly capable, but the members of the royal fighting team are all very talented. Teaching a genius to become a genius is not a skill, it's just good luck." Bibi Dong snorted lightly. Luck is also a part of strength. Now that the Soul Master competition has come to an end, I will not ask any more questions about the past. Do you remember what I told you? Qin Yuan cupped his hands in greeting. As long as it does not violate my principles, I will not refuse any commission given by His Holiness the Pope. You're quite sensible. Bibi Dong straightened her posture and said seriously, "You can stay at the Spirit Hall Academy. Juliana is my disciple, and I'll ask you to be her instructor and teach her your movement techniques. Are you willing? These things can't be forced." The transmission of cultivation techniques has always been a core secret of a family, related to the family's survival. Just like the 7 treasure glazed tile school's distraction control technique and the Haoshan school's great Sumeru hammer profound meaning, how could they easily reveal them? The clues can be seen from Feng Xiaotian's experience. If there were a complete inheritance, why would Feng Xiaotian waste his golden period of cultivation, constantly trying and making mistakes, and cultivating his own soul skills? Upon receiving an affirmative reply, Bibi Dong smiled with satisfaction. "Very good, I will not treat you unfairly." As she spoke, she tossed a token to Qin Yuan. A papal decree. Your Holiness, this. Qin Yuan was well aware of the power of the papal decree and did not feel that he deserved such a great honor. Chapter 57 Papal Decree. Seeing this token is like seeing me. Although I cannot help you resolve the issue of your status as an honorary elder, I can still give you a token privately. Bibi Dong said quietly, "Teach Nana well and satisfy me, and in the future you can use this token to ask the Spirit Hall to do something for you." Historically, there have been numerous instances of papal decrees being issued privately, with almost every pope having done so. However, those who hold such tokens cannot arbitrarily exercise the power of the Spirit Hall elders. The existence of this token allows the holder to enjoy certain convenient rights within the Spirit Hall, serving as a symbol of status. In short, it's just a symbolic token. Of course, if used outside of Wuhan City, this token would have a significant impact. A token granted privately grants its holder the power derived from the issuer. The token was personally issued by His Holiness the Pope, so the others in the Spirit Hall would not dare to take it back easily. "Thank you, Your Holiness. I will do my utmost to teach Juliana well." Bibi Dong waved her hand. "Go report to the Spirit Hall Academy. Dean Tianchen has mentioned you to me quite a few times. If you don't go soon, he'll probably come to me again asking for you back." Once outside the papal palace, the attitude of the guards at the entrance changed dramatically. Previously, the guards had only regarded Qin Yuan as an ordinary person who had been summoned by the Pope. Now, Qin Yuan possesses the Pope's decree, making him equivalent to an elder of the Spirit Hall in status. As Qin Yuan walked out of the hall, the guards at the door bowed to him from near to far and watched him leave. Having received such a grand ceremony, Qin Yuan was filled with emotion. This is the taste of power. Unfortunately, he is only a soul saint at present, and the reason he can enjoy such treatment is purely because Bibi Dong is backing him up. Without Bibi Dong, he is nothing. Perhaps Bibi Dong deliberately acted this way to give him a warning. Improving our strength as quickly as possible is the key. Qin Yuan murmured silently. With sufficient strength, he will no longer need to be mindful of anyone's feelings in the future. When he achieves the limit Douluo title, even if he is no longer an elder of the Spirit Hall, the guards in front of the Pope's palace will still bow to him. In the Douluo continent, power comes from strength. With enough power, one can truly do whatever one wants. After descending Papal Hill, the system panel appeared in Qin Yuan's mind. Open black lens bracket A 4-star quest has been detected. Accept Bibi Dong's request to teach Juliana movement techniques. Quest complete. Reward. Max level internal energy cultivation manual, the classic of the vast ocean, close black lens bracket. Internal energy cultivation method. To this day, Qin Yuan has obtained a sword technique and a tip for light footwork from the system's rewards. He was all too familiar with the effects of internal energy cultivation. In the original timeline, Tang San's ability to achieve the status of two gods was inseparable from his cultivation of the Zhantian Gong. At its most basic level, the function of cultivation techniques is to make the quality of a soul master's soul power and the foundation for future cultivation more solid. Of course, internal energy cultivation techniques are also the most difficult to practice and the most obscure and difficult to understand. Based solely on the name of the cultivation technique provided by the system, Qin Yuan had no idea about its specific effects. However, anything produced by the system is guaranteed to be of high quality. Upon completing this assessment, he will possess a complete set of cultivation techniques, giving him a head start over all other soul masters on the continent. But why is it only a 4-star mission? Was Juliana's comprehension exceptionally high? Or did Bibi Dong possess a similar technique, making her not the only option? According to his understanding, 4-star missions either take a lot of time or are extremely dangerous. In short, the key to completing a 4-star mission lies in whether you are conscientious and responsible, unlike a 5-star mission which requires consideration of the cultivation status of the hired object. That's fine too. 5-star missions do offer generous rewards, but correspondingly, they require more effort and have a higher chance of failure. Spirit Hall Academy. As soon as Qin Yuan arrived to report for duty, Dean Tianqian rushed over to greet him. Teacher Qin, I've been waiting for you like the stars and the moon. Hurry up, the new semester will start in half a month. I'll help you get familiar with the work environment as soon as possible. Qin Yuan gave a dry laugh. He just finished a commission from the Royal Fighting Team. They didn't even get to enjoy a proper holiday, the transition was seamless. Of course, this is closely related to the enrollment period of the Spirit Hall Academy. The students at the Spirit Hall Academy are mostly selected from commoner spirit masters by the lower-level branch halls. Because the time for discovering talent is not fixed and the students' journeys vary in length, the school holds its enrollment and opening ceremony about a month earlier than other high-level Soul Master academies every year. Of course, doing this also makes it easier for the Spirit Hall to recruit talent across the entire continent. Some students who are not selected, or who do not want to be the last in line, will consider joining other high-level Soul Master academies. Qin Yuan's work mainly involves those two aspects. However, having witnessed his achievements in the field of Soul Master theory and the accomplishments of his student Lei Meng, Tianqian temporarily assigned him additional responsibilities. I have to attend seminars every week. Qin Yuan frowned. At this moment, his situation is similar to that of an ordinary undergraduate student in his previous life, who accidentally made some research results and was sought after by doctoral supervisors, but no one cared about his feelings at all. He's just here to carry out a mission, not to actually work here. There's no need for him to exhaust himself, is there? Tianqian smiled and said, Teacher Qin, we certainly welcome you to the seminar. At the same time, considering your workload, to lighten your burden, the academy will only need to be responsible for combat-related courses in your current class. How does that sound? Attending a seminar might seem like a good opportunity to slack off, but if it's a class, you have to be fully focused and can't be lazy. Qin Yuan was indeed restless, but he wanted to spend more time on his own cultivation. Besides, Bibi Dong didn't give him any additional assignments, so there was no need for him to rush to attend classes. Qin Yuan smiled and replied, Thank you for your care, Dean Tianqian. Tianqian smiled, patted his shoulder lightly, and then let out a long sigh. Teacher Qin, it's like this, you are a combat class teacher. In the Advanced Soul Master Academy stage, combat class is the most important course. In this regard, the academy is very strict in its assessment of teachers. Therefore, the academy holds a competition every year for teachers to exchange skills. Of course, the top-ranking teachers receive extra rewards. With Teacher Qin's abilities, achieving a high ranking shouldn't be difficult. Survival of the fittest has always been the main theme in the world of Soul Masters. The Spirit Hall Academy is a cradle for cultivating talent, so naturally it has no intention of supporting those who just loaf around and wait to die. However, Qin Yuan had just joined the academy and hadn't even figured out his own job yet, so being dragged to participate in the competition was somewhat like bullying a newcomer. It's important to know that newly hired teachers generally have a 3-year exemption from competitions, which is considered a form of care for new teachers and gives them enough time to adjust themselves. However, Qin Yuan's fame was too great. In addition, Tianqian gave him too many resources, which caused many teachers in the academy to protest in private. If he doesn't participate in this competition, he might find it difficult to convince the public. Chapter 58. The Dean takes the blame. Is there a competition? That's great. I haven't stretched my muscles in a long time, so I'll definitely participate, Qin Yuan replied with a smile. I had long heard that the teachers at the Spirit Hall Academy were generally among the top in the Spirit Master world. Take this opportunity to experience firsthand just how amazing these teachers are. Of course, he is now a soul saint, but it's unclear how the competition will be divided in the future. If it were a large-scale competition, he wouldn't need to rush to reveal his strength. Seeing that Qin Yuan did not object, Tianqian breathed a slight sigh of relief and exclaimed, Teacher Qin's abilities in the field of Soul Master theory are unmatched, and he also possesses remarkable combat strength. He is truly a talent who excels in both literature and martial arts. I really hope that the Academy can have more talented young people like Teacher Qin in the future. A standalone dormitory building at the Spirit Hall Academy. These high-end dormitories have always been provided for the children of high-ranking members of the Spirit Hall. There is no fairness in the world of Soul Masters, one's treatment is based on their strength. Students with talent and connections can indeed do whatever they want in the academy. One of the dormitories belonged to Juliana and 2 others. The 3 of them had already heard about Qin Yuan joining the Spirit Hall Academy. Xie Yu always believed that Qin Yuan was their mentor, while Yan believed that it was someone else. After all, many of the teachers from the 2 empires' participating teams joined the Spirit Hall Academy after the competition based on their team's performance. Qin Yuan was just one of them. Moreover, His Holiness the Pope arranged for them to practice movement techniques, not swordsmanship. They did not deny Qin Yuan's swordsmanship, but they had not witnessed Qin Yuan's movement techniques, so they naturally had concerns. Juliana, on the other hand, adopted a wait-and-see attitude and did not make any guesses before her mentor arrived. Yan, you'd better take down all those traps you set up. If it really is Teacher Qin, you're finished, Xie Yu kindly reminded him. Yan snorted and put his hands on his hips. What are you afraid of? Qin Yuan is valued so much by the dean, how could he have time to care about us? He is definitely not our mentor. Xie Yu, don't forget, Elder Zhu Gui intends to take us as his disciples. With our talents, not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry is qualified to teach us. As they were talking, the 2 heard a noise outside the door. Yan pulled Juliana and her brother to squat in a corner of the room. Just watch, he said, I'll give him a taste of his own medicine, and he'll behave himself from now on. It'll save us the trouble of dealing with him. Yan, you've gone too far. Juliana frowned. Yan didn't take it to heart. At that rebellious age, and with feelings for Juliana, he naturally wanted to show off. Outside the door, Tianqian and Qin Yuan walked slowly in. Having already registered at the academy, Qin Yuan naturally wanted to meet his 3 students. While Dean Tianqian was sending him here, he was also giving Qin Yuan a crash course on the academy's affairs on the way, in order to avoid any oversights in his future work. Tianqian pushed open the fence gate of the courtyard, completely unaware of the trap Yan had set. He hadn't taken more than a few steps when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his foot. A large animal trap was buried under the floor tiles. The moment he stepped on it, the trap snapped shut. Tianqian was very old, but fortunately he had the cultivation of a soul Douluo and his physical strength was sufficient, so his right leg was not broken. But at this moment, his eyes were bloodshot, and the intense pain was making him feel very uncomfortable. Dean, are you all right? Qin Yuan looked around, then activated his martial spirit and unleashed a beam of sword light. The blade flashed across the path ahead, and the ground quickly split into pieces. One after another, animal traps snapped shut, and the violent clanging of metal seemed to form a beautiful melody. Qin Yuan's lips twitched slightly. They really are a bunch of devils. Tianchen's face was extremely gloomy. So what if Huliena is Bibi Dong's disciple? She's just a soul venerable now. Has she forgotten all about respecting her teacher? If she offends the talent that His Holiness the Pope has poached with high salaries, her good days will be over. Inside the room, listening to the commotion outside, Huliena and Xie were filled with worry. Yan, how many animal traps have you set? If someone gets killed, the teacher won't let you off the hook. Huliena said angrily. She didn't object to what Yan did at first. Children in their rebellious phase often impulsively commit some wrongdoings. Originally, she thought it would be fun, but if someone died, the three of them would be in big trouble. Yan pressed his hand down to reassure them. It's all right, I've already smoothed out the sharp teeth on the trap. At most, it will only break bones, it won't bite off limbs. A moment later, the door to the room was pushed open. Qin Yuan noticed something and was about to warn them, but it was too late. A bucket of paint was placed on the door. Tianchen stepped into it and got his head drenched in paint. Qin Yuan frowned. It seemed that the rebellion of Huliena and the other two was more serious than he had expected. This was, after all, a dormitory for 3 people, so Yan dared not place too many traps, lest they be accidentally triggered by his own people. But now, all the traps are being used on Tianchen. Who in the college dares to offend the dean? Moreover, Tianchen is a leading figure in the field of soul master theory, and even Bibi Dong listens to him in education. It's best that Huliena didn't do this, otherwise if Tianchen complains, Huliena might be in big trouble. Soon, Yan jumped out of the room and saw Tianchen, whose body had turned brown. He curiously stepped forward to examine him. You're really tough. So many animal traps, and you're not hurt at all. By the way, you look kind of familiar. Who are you? When Huliena and Xie came out, they noticed that Qin Yuan was leaning against the door frame. As for the person who got covered in paint. Greetings, Dean. Greetings, Teacher Qin. The two quickly bowed. Yan froze on the spot. Dean, Tianchen's anger had already reached its peak. As the dean, he was naturally obligated to protect his teachers, but Huliena and the other two pulled this stunt. So, this is how you treat your teachers. The aura of a peak soul Douluo was made no attempt to conceal. Tianchen captured Yan with one hand, and the soul tool on his wrist emitted a dazzling light, revealing a steel ruler. The next instant, the ruler struck Yan heavily. Qin Yuan took a step back. Now things are much better. The dean has taken all the blame for him and even disciplined those 3 troublemakers for him. His teaching duties will probably be much easier in the future, saving him a lot of effort. Yan dared not act recklessly in front of Tianchen and immediately confessed everything. Of course, the traps he set up weren't deadly, otherwise Tianchen would have definitely kicked him out of the academy. Although Huliena and Xie were not involved, they failed to stop Yan's foolish behavior and were therefore given a warning. As for Yan, he was just one step away from being expelled, but he is temporarily placed on probation to observe his future performance. Tianchen is always decisive and efficient. He issued disciplinary notices to the 3 people without even cleaning the dirt off his body after leaving the dormitory. Chapter 59 Regret on a Snowy Night. Having been taught a lesson by Tianchen, Huliena and the other 2 became completely obedient. As for Yan, Tianchen didn't use excessive force on him, only causing him a painful injury to his buttocks without damaging his foundation. He only needed to lie in bed for a few days to recover. Qin Yuan sat on the sofa, looked at the 3 people in front of him, and smiled. I really didn't expect that we would meet in this way. As for the Academy's punishment for you, I won't speak up for you. Of course, if your cultivation results satisfy me, perhaps I will change my attitude. Xie Yu was very happy to see Qin Yuan. He was also a sword-type martial soul user, and after seeing Lei Meng's outstanding performance in the Soul Master competition, he had long been eager to try his hand at it. Now that his wish has come true, how could he not be happy? As for Huliena, she felt that Qin Yuan was too young, but his aura was somewhat similar to that of her teacher. Perhaps Qin Yuan is not as simple as he appears on the surface. Even if he is only a soul emperor, he is still an outstanding figure among his peers. Teacher, when will we begin our cultivation? Yan's voice was hoarse, with a hint of ingratiation in his tone. I should have listened to the advice. Qin Yuan is not someone to be trifled with. Now he has also offended the dean, and his future is bleak. Qin Yuan sized him up and said sternly, "Please take your brain out of your ass and use it, then look in the mirror. With your current state, you still want to train." If the dean hadn't shielded him from the knife, those animal traps would have caught him as he entered. Yan is the kind of guy who deserves a beating. If we don't teach him a lesson, who knows what kind of trouble he'll cause in the future. The rebuke was as loud as a bell, and Juliana and the other two immediately trembled with fear, not daring to raise their heads. Qin Yuan stood up and snorted, "I'll give you a few days to get back into shape. I'm not as easy to talk to as the dean. Training officially starts in a few days. Anyone who falls behind, HMPH. After saying this, he turned and left the room, ordering the three of them to clean the dormitory as soon as possible. After a long while, the three of them came to their senses. Xie Yu slumped his shoulders, looking at the mess inside and outside the dormitory, feeling utterly exhausted. If this hadn't happened today, I probably would have been able to focus on my cultivation immediately. Now, because of this incident, Chrysanthemum Demon Douluo will definitely have a lower impression of him and Yan. If he doesn't make progress in his cultivation in the future, the matter of becoming his disciple will probably fall through. Now that things have come to this, there's no point in blaming others. Blame him for only verbally advising against it and not actually stopping Yan from acting recklessly. He patted Yan on the shoulder and said, "You should get some rest. Nana and I will clean the room. Yan's injuries are severe, and if he doesn't rest soon, he won't recover easily in a short time. That would hinder his cultivation progress." A few days later, the Imperial Palace of Heavenly Do, Imperial Study. The royal family has been paying close attention to the performance of the royal fighting team in the Soul Master tournament. Previously, upon hearing that the royal fighting team had defeated the Luo Royal Academy team in the losers bracket final, Emperor Shui was overjoyed and gave each of the officials in the court an extra month's salary. Achieving second place in the tournament was already the limit for the royal fighting team. Shui didn't believe they could defeat the Spirit Hall Academy team in the finals. They would be content as long as they didn't suffer a crushing defeat. But after receiving the message today, Shui could no longer sit still. With a score of 6-7, if Lei Meng hadn't consumed too much of his soul power, would he still have had a chance to defeat a Soul King who was a level above him? Shui recognized every single word on the report, but when put together, it seemed utterly incomprehensible to him. It's important to understand that the original royal fighting team's performance was extremely inconsistent. According to the predictions of the Heavenly Do Royal Academy, making it into the top 6 would be a stroke of good luck. After Qin Yuan arrived at the academy, Shui paid attention to the team's situation, but her attention was more focused on Qin Yuan, and she did not notice the changes in the royal fighting team at all. Originally, Shui had already exceeded her expectations when she learned that the royal fighting team had made it into the top 6, and even the top 3. She had thought that their second-place finish was due to Qin Yuan's on-the-spot tactical adjustments. However, in the winners' bracket final, both sides used conventional tactics, so their achievement definitely indicated that the royal fighting team's overall strength had improved. Qin Yuan has only led the team for 2 or 3 months, yet he has already brought about a qualitative change in the royal fighting team. If he leads the team to train for a few more months, wouldn't the championship belong to the Heavenly Fighting Empire? A wave of distress washed over me on this snowy night. The blame lies with Ning Fengji for praising Qin Yuan so highly that he believed Qin Yuan wasn't truly capable and was merely a symbolic attempt to win him over. Now that the facts are before him, he has no choice but to believe them. However, the intelligence report stated that Qin Yuan has temporarily stayed in Wuhan City due to a request from the Wuhan Hall. Shui was both angry and helpless. He wasn't angry at Qin Yuan's betrayal, but at his own foolishness. If Qin Yuan were granted a title in advance, would there be any worry that he wouldn't stay in the Heavenly Do Empire? Now, all he can do is believe that Qin Yuan really won't join any faction, and then pray that the other party will return to Tiando City as promised. Before long, a palace servant's voice came from outside the imperial study. "Your Majesty, His Highness the Crown Prince requests an audience." Shuai's eyes lit up, and he rubbed the bridge of his nose. "I'm so angry I'm confused. Qing has been in contact with Mr. Qin, maybe he has a solution." Having received approval, Shui Qing went to the imperial study. "Greetings, Father Emperor." Shui Qing bowed respectfully. Shui nodded with satisfaction. Qing, I've heard about your recent achievements, you've done a good job. After a few words of praise, he immediately got to the point. Qing has met with Mr. Qin. I wonder what Qinghei's opinion is. Shui bowed respectfully before replying, Father, I have also heard about the Imperial fighting team. Your subject has come here today to request commendation for Mr. Qin. Oh, Shui Yi became interested. I heard that Mr. Qin stayed in Wuhan City, and even so, Qing still wanted to recommend him for merit. Shui Qing added, Father, Chief Dream God once promised Mr. Qin that if the royal fighting team could achieve a top 3 finish, he would apply for a soul bone as a reward for Mr. Qin. Although Mr. Qin stayed in Wuhan City, I heard from my royal uncle that His Majesty Douluo has a close relationship with Mr. Qin, and I also know that Mr. Qin will not join any faction. Although Mr. Qin is not in Tiando City, his businesses are still there, and he maintains close ties with my teacher's sect. Your subject believes that Mr. Qin has already exceeded expectations and should be rewarded with a piece of soul bone. Father, the spirit hall may not reward Mr. Qin with a spirit bone, but we are offering a high reward. Wouldn't Mr. Qin be more likely to remember the benefits the Heaven Do Empire has given him? When he leaves Wuhan City in the future, his first destination will always be Tiando City, not Xingluo City, and certainly not any other city. Trust is mutual, and I am willing to believe in Mr. Qin's character. Chapter 60 Promotion. Getting promoted and getting to work. Emperor Shui already knew Qin Yuan's information by heart. After a moment's thought, he instructed, I recall that Mr. Qin's business seems to be related to the soul hunting team. Furthermore, Mr. Qin's earliest contact with the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School was also due to the soul hunting business. The chaos among the soul hunting squads on the mainland is severe, and even though the Empire is willing to enact laws, the results are still minimal. Shui Qing added, Father, if we can fund Mr. Qin's business and provide him with covert support, when Qin becomes the most powerful figure on the continent, the chaos caused by those soul hunting teams may finally end within the Heavenly Do Empire. He gently stroked his white beard on a snowy night. Shui Qinghei's words were exactly what he wanted to hear. Investing in Qin Yuan will yield benefits in many ways in the future. First, Qin Yuan himself is incredibly powerful, and such a strong person joining the Heavenly Do Empire will undoubtedly be a pillar protecting the royal family's safety. Furthermore, Qin Yuan possesses exceptional teaching abilities. Ning Rongrong, Lei Meng, and their ilk were notorious playboys in the past. Now, Ning Fengji and Lei Zhen boast to everyone they meet about how outstanding their children are. With such a renowned teacher, the quality of talent in the empire will be greatly improved in the future. Finally, there are Qin Yuan's businesses. By offering only one benefit, you can gain 3 rewards. What a great deal. Qing, there's a 30,000-year-old fiery wolf soul bone in the imperial treasury. I remember teacher Qin's martial soul is fire attribute, right? This soul bone has been gathering dust for many years, it's time to let it shine. But Qin Zan was currently in Wuhan City. If an imperial official brought a soul bone to Wuhan City, there was no guarantee they wouldn't be targeted by the Wuhan Hall. If the soul bone were confiscated by the Wuhan Hall, it would be a huge loss. Shui Qing suggested, Father, I think that perhaps His Majesty Douluo could handle this matter. His Majesty Douluo has a close relationship with the imperial uncle and has also become a close friend of Mr. Qin despite their age difference. He would never embezzle the soul bone. Furthermore, given His Majesty Douluo's strength, no one in the spirit hall would dare to search him. The decision was finally made on a snowy night. Afterwards, Shui Qing took the initiative to contact Prince Shui Xing, which made him very happy. Within the royal family, the killing of brothers and fathers in the struggle for power was commonplace. Now, Shui Qinghei's initiative to improve his relationship with his uncle is indeed a good thing for the empire. The empire was stable internally, with a continuous influx of talented individuals from outside, and its national strength was growing steadily. Perhaps when Shui Qing takes the throne, the Heavenly Do Empire will surpass the Star Luo Empire. He waited expectantly on that snowy night. Spirit Hall Academy. With the arrival of the admissions season, the college is bustling with activity. Qin Yuan didn't have to teach a new class. Instead, he took over the role of homeroom teacher for the top class from another teacher, so he had relatively fewer responsibilities. Juliana and the other two have always been enrolled at the Spirit Hall Academy. However, they were secretly trained by Bibi Dong and did not formally attend classes at the academy, so they did not have a class affiliation. Since they were Qin Yuan's students, they were naturally assigned to Qin Yuan's class. That afternoon's practical lesson was also Qin Yuan's first time teaching combat-related courses to his students. He was extremely focused during his first class. There aren't many students in the elite class, including Juliana and two others. There are only 15 students. It should be noted that these 15 people are all the elites of the Spirit Hall Academy over the past 5 years. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the next team members for the Spirit Hall Academy will be among these 15 people. Ordinary students can graduate once they obtain their third Spirit Ring, while these elite students usually graduate only at the Spirit King stage. Furthermore, once they graduate, they will be assigned to internships at various branches of the Spirit Hall across the mainland to accumulate management experience, in preparation for future promotions and important appointments. On the large training ground, Qin Yuan arranged for 15 students to practice in pairs in order to quickly understand everyone's cultivation progress. Sun Xuantao, the oldest and strongest member of the team, sparred with Xie Yu. In the original timeline, Sun Xuantao was a member of the Spirit Hall team in the next Soul Master competition, but by then, his soul power level had already been surpassed by Xie Yu. But now, his strength surpasses that of Xie Yu, making it difficult for the latter to cope. Sun Xuantao, innate soul power level 7, cultivation level 41. Qin Yuan glanced at the other party's information. Teacher Qin, Xie Yu is too weak. Is there a stronger opponent? Sun Xuantao asked, looking bored. Xie Yu's face darkened. Sun Xuantao was several years older than him. If he hadn't been born a little younger, he would have been placed in the top class of the previous year. They only have an age advantage, so why do they look down on others? Juliana and Yan approached, immediately feeling dissatisfied. Yan pointed at the other party's nose and cursed, so what if you're just a beginner soul master? We'll surpass you in no time. Sun Xuantao was very proud and ignored their insults. He looked at Qin Yuan and asked, Teacher Qin, there are geniuses here, but there are differences between geniuses. These three are your students, but their progress is obviously lagging behind. I think we should let them enter the next class of top students. Qin Yuan chuckled to himself. I hope you'll still have the confidence to be proud in 2 years. However, there was no anger on his face. He simply asked casually, your martial soul is a giant circular blade, a powerful weapon martial soul. Who do you want to be your opponent? Was it a senior from the previous year, or a teacher? Sun Xuantao raised his head and said, I've heard that Teacher Qin's swordsmanship is superb, and he even trained a runner-up captain in the Soul Master competition. Would you like me to witness it? Hearing this, Juliana and the other two laughed and stepped aside. In the past 2 days, as Yan's injuries healed, Qin Yuan led the three of them in some simple training. Having witnessed Qin Yuan's swordsmanship firsthand, the three realized that Sun Xuantao's actions were absolutely suicidal. Qin Yuan nodded. As a teacher, instructing students is a normal procedure. With a thought, the flaming blade appeared in his hand. The blade was bathed in raging flames, and the moment it appeared, the surrounding temperature rose as well. Geniuses are often arrogant, even disdainful of everyone. Dealing with geniuses isn't difficult, just promote them, get them into positions of power. Sun Xuantao's expression became much more solemn, and he unconsciously gripped the giant blade in his hand tighter. Qin Yuan stood with his sword in hand, extended 2 fingers, and beckoned, I won't use any spirit ring skills. Do as you please. Let me see how strong you are. Sun Xuantao responded and assumed a fighting stance. Compared to Lei Meng, whom he had just met, Sun Xuantao was much more well-behaved and did not attempt a sneak attack. Qin Yuan, you make the first move, otherwise you won't have a chance. Sun Xuantao's eyes sharpened, and his second spirit ring appeared beneath his feet. He hurled a giant circular blade, which traced a beautiful arc in midair, aiming straight for Qin Yuan's vital points. Qin Yuan raised his sword to defend, but the giant circular blade, under Sun Xuantao's control, changed its angle of attack, grazing past his body and swiftly striking his back.